911, what is your emergency?
Hey, on Highway 81, just north of Terrell, in between Terrell and Ryan, Oklahoma. It's probably about 3 miles north of Terrell.
There's no way that's a deer.
No, and it actually looks like there's a piece of clothing maybe laying in the middle of the road now. I don't want to get too close, I just...
No, this is another 911 call that's looking at it.
Now, I know what you're thinking. Oklahoma? Corruption? That's about as surprising as finding a deep-fried stick of butter at a state fair. And you wouldn't be wrong. Oklahoma harbors a history of corruption that would make even the most jaded cynic raise an eyebrow. From crooked cops planting evidence to judges auctioning off verdicts, we're diving into a cesspool of misconduct that would make even the most corrupt politician blush. Let's rewind to the 1980s, a time of big hair, shoulder pads, and apparently even bigger bribes in Oklahoma. This is the saga of OK Scam, a scandal so brazen it makes your average political kickback look like a child's lemonade stand. Over 200 county commissioners caught red-handed, pockets overflowing with bribe money. The FBI had to set up a fake company to keep up with the bribes. Convictions were handed out, reforms enacted, and the state was left wondering how deep the corruption went. After the OK Scam debacle, you'd think Oklahoma learned its lesson about corruption, but no. Decades earlier, the state's highest court got in on the action. The Oklahoma Supreme Court's supposed epitome of justice took notes from the mafia. Justices were caught accepting bribes and engaging in shady dealings. The public was outraged, leading to major judicial reforms. Fast forward a few decades and you'd think things would be better, right? But alas, my friends, this is Oklahoma we're talking about. In 2016, the Norman Police Department decided to remind everyone about corruption. Officers were caught red-handed, planting drugs on suspects repeatedly. Investigations were launched, and the officers involved were finally held accountable. The scandal eroded public trust and raised serious questions about the justice system. Chapter 4. The Adair County Jail. Contraband and conniving. Corrupt commissioners, crooked judges, and cops playing Grand Theft Auto in real life. Welcome to Adair County Jail, where inmates and staff broke the law. It was an all-inclusive resort with contraband and special privileges. Drugs, weapons, cell phones. If you had cash, you could get it. The scandal ended with convictions, firings, and unanswered questions. Chapter 5. The State Auditor's Office, cooking the books and the stakes. You'd think after scandals in the courts, cops, and jails, other agencies would be cautious, right? But not the Oklahoma State Auditor's Office. They missed the memo, or used it to wipe BBQ sauce from their taxpayer-funded feast. In 2019, officials helped themselves to public money. High-ranking officials were caught siphoning funds meant for running the state. The scandal sent shockwaves through Oklahoma, leaving many wondering if anyone in government wasn't on the take. Chapter 6. The Oklahoma Corporation Commission Energy Drinks and Dirty Deals. The Oklahoma Corporation Commission, the guardians of the state's energy industry, the protectors of the public interest, Wait, are those bribes I see bulging out of their pockets? Oh dear, it seems even the regulators weren't immune to the siren song of corruption. Picture this, it's 2022, the energy industry is booming, but instead of cracking down on shady dealings, they were busy making deals of their own. And by deals, I mean accepting bribes. The scandal rocked the state, exposing the cozy relationship between regulators and the industries they were supposed to be overseeing. Chapter 7. The Oklahoma County Court Clerk. Justice? That'll be extra. Now, we've all heard the phrase, justice is blind. But in Oklahoma County, justice wasn't just blind, it was running a side hustle, slapping fees on everything. In 2023, you'd think technology would make things transparent. But the court clerk's office used those computers to cook the books. Misappropriation of funds, manipulation of records, trading injustice. The scandal was a gut punch to public faith in government. Convictions were handed down, reforms promised, but doubts remained. Chapter 8. The Edmond Police Department, protecting and serving themselves. The Edmond Police Department, sworn to protect and serve unless you're on the receiving end of their liberal interpretation of the law. In 2015, this department was at the center of a scandal. Excessive force, racial profiling, the whole shebang, a greatest hits compilation of police misconduct. Stories that made your blood run cold. Innocent people harassed, brutalized, rights trampled. Federal oversight and body cameras were promised. Chapter 9. The Oklahoma County District Attorney's Office, Justice for Sale, Inquire Within. You'd think the people prosecuting criminals wouldn't be criminals themselves. But in 2017, the Oklahoma County District Attorney's Office hosted a going-out-of-business sale on justice. Prosecutors were caught accepting bribes to influence cases. The scandal sent shockwaves through Oklahoma, questioning the possibility of a fair trial. The fallout was swift with convictions, resignations, and soul-searching, a stark reminder that even in justice halls, corruption can lurk. The Broken Arrow Police Department, living up to their name in the worst way possible. In 2020, these officers traded their badges for ski masks and crowbars, finding law enforcement too mainstream. Theft, harassment, and a buffet of misconduct, served with a side of arrogance. Officers were caught stealing evidence and harassing citizens. The scandal led to leadership changes, internal investigations, and awkward press conferences. But the question remained, how do you fix a system when the very people entrusted to uphold it are the ones breaking it? Now, you'd think that the seat of power for an entire state would be, secure. But in 2018, the Oklahoma State Capitol took a more come-all approach to security, bribed the right person, and you could waltz in with a marching band and a petting zoo. A bribery scandal that would make even the most jaded lobbyist blush. Officials bypassed security, sneaking in unauthorized visitors. The scandal exposed the vulnerability of one of the state's most important buildings. The Oklahoma City Housing Authority, tasked with providing affordable housing to those in need. A noble goal indeed. But in 2013, they decided to take a more Robin Hood in reverse approach, robbing from the poor to give to, themselves, apparently. We're talking about a fraud case so brazen, so shameless, that it would make even Bernie Madoff blush. Housing funds, meant for those struggling to keep a roof over their heads, were mismanaged, siphoned off, and generally treated like a personal piggy bank for those in charge. The scandal resulted in lawsuits, financial settlements, and a whole lot of hand-wringing. But for those who had been denied a chance at a decent home because of the greed of a few, the damage was irreparable. We're back with the Oklahoma City Police Department, and this time, they're not just planting evidence. They're planting their fists, batons, and tasers on anyone who looks at them sideways. In 2019, the department found themselves embroiled in yet another excessive force scandal, proving that old habits die hard, especially when those habits involve a healthy dose of impunity. We're talking about a pattern of behavior so egregious, so blatant, that it would make you wonder if the police academy had replaced their training manuals with copies of Rambo. Excessive force became the norm, cover-ups were commonplace, and accountability was about as rare as a vegan at a barbecue competition. The public outcry was immediate and deafening. Body cameras, new use of force policies, a whole laundry list of reforms were promised. Ah, the honorable judge, the impartial arbiter of justice, Wait, is that a bribe tucked behind his gavel? Oh dear, it seems even the black robes of the judiciary weren't immune to the stain of corruption in Muskogee County. In 2021, a district judge decided to trade in his gavel for a cash register. Bribery, judicial favoritism. It was like watching an episode of Judge Judy if it had been written by a mob boss. The judge was removed from the bench, reforms were promised, and everyone was left with a bad taste in their mouths. And last but not least, we arrive at the Pottawatomie County Sheriff's Office, where the deputies took a more entrepreneurial approach to law enforcement. Forget serving and protecting, these guys were diversifying their portfolios, engaging in a smorgasbord of criminal activity. In 2020, the department was at the center of a corruption scandal. Deputies were caught in drug trafficking and extortion, treating their badges like licenses to print money. The scandal sent shockwaves through the county, leaving residents wondering if anyone in law enforcement could be trusted. So there you have it, folks, a whirlwind tour of corruption Oklahoma style. From crooked cops to bribable judges, no corner of the state's justice system is safe from greed. Behind every scandal, there are real people whose lives have been impacted. Victims denied justice, families torn apart, and a system protecting itself. Corruption thrives in the shadows. Shine a light on it, expose it, and demand better. Thank you for watching.
Hello, everybody. Hope you are doing well. Raditha, Huff, Daddy Fat Sack in the hizzy house, cousin from another muzzin, honey, honey. Sorry, I had a dog named Honey, and that's how I used to talk to her. Oh, the little honey. Yeah, anyway. Well, hot spot, always in here, dropping it like it's hot. I'll be dropping it too hard, girl. I ain't got no fire extinguisher. Carrie Lou and cousin are wearing matching outfits. Isn't that adorable? Twinning Tuesday. Catfish. Jam sandwiches. And I think, if I forgot you, I'm very, very sorry. However, it's not my fault. It's Ruben's. I hope y'all are having a lovely beginning of the week. Nothing too eventful to report on here as far as personally, just crotch goblin duty stuff, nothing extravagant. Hotspot, quit staring at cousin, or he's gonna rip your eyeball out. So, how many of you have listened to the new podcast by Partners in True Crime? Rob and Cindy. I love Rob and Cindy. They are really good at what they do, and I really, for one, appreciate that they have taken time to use their platform to shed light on something that, at the time when they got started, nobody was really talking about. And, they could have, after it kind of kicked off and everybody started talking about it, because trust and believe, everybody's talking about it now. They could have just kind of went off and did their own thing, but they haven't. They've stayed consistent, and they drop an episode every week. And that is, I just want to say, that is awesome. Not only to be spreading awareness, but to stay consistent, even if the awareness is working. That's another thing too that a lot of these channels will do. Like, they'll be like, okay, well, everybody's talking about it now, so let's go find something else to talk about. But it's definitely a lot more. It takes a lot more, effort to stay consistent and to not get crazy by, when there's nothing new out there, you just start, making shit up like some channels do, that tacky shit. Roddy Parade, hey girl, hey. So I asked, and then I didn't even look. So, Rodisa has seen it. Has anybody else? Well, this week they had a guest speaker come up, and her background, I know for sure she's worked with Nancy Grace very closely previously in her career. And she's got experience with crime scene investigation, and I'm not sure her credentials. I'll look in just a second when we pull it up. But she comes up and gives her thoughts and opinions just based off of what's publicly available, and just kind of sticking to what should have been done based off of training and experience, and the processes and procedures and protocols, and had they been followed, what could have happened, and more importantly, how they weren't done properly. And and listen, I just want to say she was a breath of fresh air. Not only did she give a very professional analysis and synopsis, she didn't sugarcoat it, she didn't tiptoe around it. She said what needed to be said, and didn't do that whole allegedly and hypothetically. Like, she called a spade, and for that, like, I am very, very, very um sorry, I can't walk and chew gum. Miss Lindy J, how are you doing? Okay, and let me go ahead and tell you, we got a superstar accelerate. Sorry, I'm acting like I'm talking to my first grader. I almost said accelerated subscriber. Accelerated reader. Okay, so sorry about that. Sometimes I have to, like, remember that I'm talking to adults, and it gets kind of weird because it's like, sometimes we speak minion. I mean, sometimes we speak crouch goblin, and either way, that's probably like weird up here. So sorry. And what'd you see on mine? Oh yes, Roddy, the partners in true crime. Yeah, they're the ones that we've kind of been analyzing consistently, but they did the interview with Caden. They just recently did the one with Jack. They did the private investigator, and we kind of broke it down as it comes out. And so we're just going to do the same thing here. The episode dropped a few hours ago. I watched it live, and then I watched it again because we had a really bad storm come in and we lost power for a little while. So I watched like a half of it, probably give or take a few minutes, and then when the power came back on, I watched the whole thing again because just because. So, and I do have a lot of notes on this episode, and I want to like kind of break them down and go over them with you guys because we're going to do um another PowerPoint presentation thanks to Miss Lindy J. And I think I know, I'm sorry, I hate to do this to you guys, but after hearing the podcast earlier, like it completely floored me in a like not in a bad way, but in a way that's like, oh crap, I hadn't even considered that. So then I started doing like a little research and like trying to find case studies and asking AI some questions, and I didn't even consider this as being a possibility, but apparently not only is it a possibility, like it's pretty high up on there. So I want to go over the updated podcast with the injuries again after we listen to this podcast because I don't know about y'all, but I mean, I've just had a complete perspective shift as far as what I think could have happened. Now I haven't. Now I'm not saying I'm ruling out what I thought before, but now I don't know again. Like so, I'm a little upset because I don't need this kind of confusion in my life. However, I'm glad that there is more things that are starting. Like when you theorize it and it makes sense, and you can find case studies that match that the similar things have happened and there's similar injuries that like that makes me happy because I'm not crazy. Like this is because this is adding up, but and nothing else that's been happening with, and it's been making me a little crazy. I'm not gonna lie. So I've also been working on a couple things behind the scenes that I don't know how exactly it's going to be gauged and how it's going to be gone about with the parties involved. So I'm not going to speak on it to any de- depth, but just something that I've been really passionate about and that I really want to do as far as to be able to help this person in their situation. And um I put some connected some people and got the right people in touch with each other, and there's things in motion that are hopefully going to result in that help being received. Fingers crossed. And I also don't want to speak on it yet until it happens because I don't want to jinx it because I'm weird like that. So yeah. So soon as there's something that I can't mess up by talking about, once there's at least that much structure to it, then I will absolutely fill you guys in. It's nothing bad or anything major. It's just and honestly, it's kind of it. I can't even say it's really related. It's just something that has kind of popped up and that I've just kind of has grabbed my attention, and just because I felt it was the right thing to do. So there's been that. I've also been working on trying to gather these case studies and all the details and court records together for this other project that I'm working on with the 50 Shades of Corruption. I've already like picked 50 cases that I'm going to do, but I want to like go over them in each case like into great depth and how they were able to happen, how long they happened, how many people, how high up the corruption had to go for it to be able to take place, how it was handled, was there justice, what was the outcome. I just want all of it to be included. So it's been a little it taken a little longer than anticipated, but I mean, I think it'll be very educational whenever it's done. Um, so there's that. Then there's also felt like it was something important. Hmm, hmm, hmm. Mm, it don't work. Oh, we're not going to read right now. Right now, we're about to go over this podcast, but hopefully, Ruben in his lollygagging, sorry, good for nothing, showing up late behind lovely human being will be here by then. Because if not, I can. Oh, gosh, I guess I could just eye roll read it myself. But if I have to, he's for real fired, not for fake fired. Like for real for fake fired. So pass the message, because homie don't play that. I've already been reported to by the labor board, and he doesn't even show up now. And what kind of horse shit? I'm just kidding. Kinda. Eddie really did report me. All right, so without further ado, let's get started with this podcast. And then, yeah, and then we'll just go from there. Yeah, I try not to do things like too planned and structured, because the universe will hear me and be like, let me go ahead and just fuck this up. So I just kind of like, y'all know, if y'all are here, it's because you've been a subscriber for longer than 5 minutes. So you know how I am. I'm all over the place and there's no structure. I'm just, what the hell? See, she had a pronunciation, so I don't even need Ruben. Uh, Eddie's always in the bushes. Okay. Oh, you busted, cousin. I caught you reading on your stream last week, so I don't want to hear that shit. And you was reading way more gooder than someone that's like hooked on phonics, so good try. Maybe next time. Weehaw. Well, that's different. Howdy. Doody. Okay. So real quick. The description reads as follows. Today we are joined by a well-known CSI and cold case expert, Cheryl Mac, M-A-C in quotations, McCollum, to hear her thoughts on the crime scene and what she thinks should be done next in the investigation. Okay, again, this is Partners in True Crime, Rob and Cindy, and the episode is titled What Happened to Noah Presgrove, episode 12. They have it in just the podcast form if you would like to just listen to it, and they also have it in the video form. We're gonna do the video form just because gives you something to look at, and I think it does a lot of it adds a lot of context into it when you see her facial expressions as she's hearing some of the things that Rob and Cindy tell her, or as she's saying some of the things. Like, I'm very animated kind of, expression type person myself, so it's like you can tell by the look on her face how just not impressed she is with the investigators. And boo boo, let me tell you what. Me too. Me too. So, or me too, like same. What else? Oh, he don't call them crotch goblins. He calls them the. Never mind. He says the Taliban taxi. Hey, twin mama. Just over here imploding. What do I do best? The only thing I do when I click live, I just implode. Imploding, imploding. Emotional damage. Sorry. Wind it up. Alrighty, let me.
Larry Malente. All right. So today on the podcast, What Happened to Noah Presgrove, we have one of our favorite people that we've worked with before, people in the true crime world know her as Cheryl Mac McCullum. We wanted to bring her in to find out her thoughts. She knows a little bit the case, but she's been following it, and we've been talking to her offline about the case, but we always go back to Mac to try to get her viewpoint on things. And I'm sure she's going to have a lot to say about the crime scene and a lot of other things. And she's spoken to one of the family members. So, Mac, thank you for being on. So excited to have you on and see your face. We miss you. We've been out in the field with you.
We love Mac. She's awesome. She's the best.
I love working in the field with y'all. Come on.
Yeah,
now. And
that's fantastic.
So with such
so-
easy cases.
I know. These complicated cases, exactly. We always but it all stems. It's interesting, though, because a lot like Molly and Colt, which you've helped us on, and came out and did some physical excavations and stuff like that.
That is another case that is just really heartbreaking and kind of mind bending, to try to process that they being Molly and Colt are still missing, and it's been over 10 years, and it's clear as day to anybody with a lick of common sense that just to do the bare minimum and just read a news article or two, it's very clear what happened. And for nothing to be done, you have to ask yourself, okay, well, why would that why would that be able to happen? And I can tell you why, and it's the same thing that is the common denominator in most of the cases that I cover, because for some reason it's became a thing. It's corruption. It's corruption, and it's corruption in the most disgusting, vile, and I don't think there's a good type of corruption, but if there's ever been, just when I say deep and wide and high and far, it would be a shorter list to just name where in Oklahoma there's not. I am not even kidding. And I went back as far as my Google skills have the ability to do. And this shit's been going on since records have been kept. It's the Oklahoma way. That's what people say that live there. And it's just became this thing where it's just normalized. And it's very, very disheartening because it's not normal. It's not okay. And all of you guys that live in Oklahoma, y'all deserve better. This is absolutely unacceptable excuse for policing of any nature or justice. The fact that they even swore to take an oath is just, it's a joke. It's disgraceful. Listen to a couple of press conferences of Grady Judd. That is what I'm used to. And I am I just am not willing to settle for anything less. So excuse me if I get a little fired up whenever I'm what the fucking fuck is this? So I just wanted to lead with that. It's not just in Jefferson County, unfortunately. I wish I could say that was the case, but it's most of the counties in Oklahoma have it, in whether it be the judicial, the actual, the court system itself, or the legislator side of it, or whether it be the PD itself. There's way less list of counties that you can say, oh, have never. I don't know that there is. I think there's been at least one in every county of the entire state at least once. But and it would have to stop for it to be a past tense thing. It's still ongoing right now. It's terrible. And there's no way that you can say and mean it if you live there that you feel safe, because there's no fucking way. No way. And if so, you have a false sense of security, and let me just be the one to shatter that illusion for you, because it is not. And unless you are on this list, so to say, and that of the haves and the have-nots, is whether you're going to be accountable or not, or what degree of accountability you'll be held to. And that is just not fucking right. I don't care. It's justice is justice, and everybody should be held to the same expectation and the same standard, and it should be across the board. If anything, the law enforcement and the people that are hold any kind of official, uh, any kind of badge of any sort that they take an oath, they should be held to a higher standard because you're supposed to lead by example, not the other way around. Like, what the actual fuck? Oklahoma, you are going to get real acquainted with being called out, because even if I'm the only one doing it, there's enough of it there. I don't know that I'll ever have to cover anything else ever. And I don't mind staying here for a while because you have banked on people not talking about it, not shedding a spotlight on it. And if they do, it's very briefly and they move on to something else. You, however, have not ran across someone who's as stubborn and as I got all the time in the world. And if I don't, oh boy, I'm going to pencil you in, you scroungy fucks. So, hope you're ready, because eventually somebody's going to listen to me. And eventually the right person is going to do a real investigation, and y'all are going to be real fucked. Thank you so much.
We've always said, go back to the beginning, and go back to the crime scene, go back to the, and yep. I think that's, you always harp on that because, you're a crime scene investigator. That's your bread and butter. That's what you do. And so just a little bit about what you know about this case, as far as, because we've been harping on it too, is the crime scene. Tell us your thoughts about that.
When you have a case that everything that could have been done, should have been done, ain't done, you're opening yourself up to conspiracy, to confusion, and anger. And that's exactly what you have here. You have got a family that doesn't understand.
Oh, absolutely, Roddy Parade. I live in a county where I can't say a bad thing about a single law enforcement. I mean, just all the way down to our governor, our state attorney, our district attorney. I mean, we have a justice system where we live that works, and it is designed to protect and serve the community. Okay, and I understand now way more than I did this time last year that not everybody has that luxury, and apparently it's a luxury because it is very it's far and few in between. And I respect law enforcement that respects themselves enough to uphold that oath that they keep. Absolutely 110%. But I also have no respect for them scroungy motherfuckers that took that same oath and are taking a fucking paycheck and are doing things that most convicted felons I know don't get away with. That I have no respect for, and I'm not going to hold my tongue just because they have a badge and say, okay, well, just because there's a bad apple, them bad apples are only bad apples because they don't get called out. So this is not a generalized statement. It just happens to apply to most of Oklahoma. And if you are an officer that works in Oklahoma that's a good cop, I'd say get the fuck out of there and fast, because you are not, they all start out that way. Listen, I've talked to so many people that have actually lived, and this is the thing, and I understand this wholeheartedly, but because of the fact that it's gotten so normal, there has to be drastic consequences or there'll be no change, because everybody is just comfortable with it, okay, and comfortable with turning the other way. The reason why this happens and continues to be a ongoing thing, and it's so far and wide, is because even the ones that went into law enforcement with good intentions and a good morale and overall just wanted to protect and serve, they got this idea that they were going to be paid well, and it doesn't. Not in Oklahoma, in any, and it no matter where you're at, it is the salary is significantly lower. So when you're step two by, say, a local rancher or a local drug dealer or even just anybody in general, and say, hey, if I give you enough, if I can pay for your daughter's college tuition for you to look your head the other way, not necessarily commit a crime, but just kind of, make yourself busy at this time so you don't have to see me commit a crime. And then their morale starts to shift. And they've convinced themselves, okay, well, I'm not really doing anything wrong. I'm just not gonna be vigilant, and I'll just go find, out of sight, out of mind. I don't see the crime being committed, but I'll just make sure that I'm not where I can see the crime, and they convince themselves that they're not really doing anything wrong. And then that compass shifts. And once you shift it, there's no coming back from it, because you'll move the needle again when it's convenient for your needs. And I'm not saying I don't understand that. I get it, but I don't respect it, and I think you're all a bunch of scroungy fucks. So, I'm coming for you.
How their loved one is on the shoulder of a highway, naked and dead, of at least 10 wounds that could have been fatal. Why was there not an accident reconstruction done? Why was there not geofencing? Why was there not statement analysis done? I could go on and on. This is 101 stuff. And I just want to say very clearly, when you have a death that is clearly not accidental, it's clearly not natural cause.
Preach it, sister. She just ain't fucking off, and she's not tiptoeing. She's just diving right in. Thank you. Thank you. There is actually people out there that are not, I'm sorry, dumb. Thank you. She's saying what we're all thinking. Most of us, okay, most of other people, because not us, because I don't hold my tongue on shit. So I have been screaming this from the rooftops, but other people are like to, well, it could be, it could be. If we're going to leave it that open for interpretation, he could have been abducted by aliens and brought back after they were done. Come on, it was not a fucking hit and run, okay? And I'm so sick of these fucking sofa sleuths with their baby back bullshit ass theories that are just dumb, and they are growing by the minute. Like, I think there are over 500 members. That means there's 500 people somewhere, could be near you, because they're not just in Oklahoma. They're fucking spread out, that agree and think the same way. That should scare the shit out of you.
It ought to be worked like a homicide until you know different. And that was not done here.
Yeah.
To us, there's no way that this was a hit and run. What do you think about that theory?
It doesn't appear to be a hit and run to me for a couple of reasons. Obviously, you would want to see if there's headlights or other debris from a vehicle in the road that struck something. You would want to look for, is there any skid marks where somebody saw somebody but it was too late and hit them? None of that seems to be the case here. Also, the victim is still wearing tennis shoes and a slip-on shoe, which you would think they would not be able to stay in those shoes if that was the case, if it was a high impact. However, there are some things that worry me. And let me just tell you, if this were my case, the mark on his back that is circular and has a black mark of some substance, anytime you have a pattern injury, a pattern wound, I would start with that wound and work out. Can I determine what caused this, yes or no? I have not seen the photographs. I don't have access to that. Yeah. All I have is the autopsy report. But when I read that one sentence, what leaped out at me, y'all, is that is possibly a tire. So now I'm going to work backwards from that. and see if I can make these other wounds make sense.
Okay. See, this is something I can appreciate, because if you are like me and you don't understand all the big medical talk and the this and the that, it's just a bunch of gibberish, right? And I've I've discussed this with several people behind the scenes. We talked about it live. The way it's described in the autopsy is almost like it's, they're using way too much when they could just say, you know, like she just did in plain English, like tread marks, tire tread mark. But the way they describe it is like, what the? It is. Listen, in my opinion, and this is where I will be clear whenever I'm speaking on my opinion, and that's factual. And this right here is just my opinion, so it is alleged. Please do your own research, form your own opinion. I encourage you to do your own Googling, because, you know, just because. So I think that it was done that way so that people would be confused. By the time everybody figures out what the hell the terminology means and chasing the tail, and then we get to the end of it and it's still all a bunch of undetermined, we have nothing. Except a headache, and it's very discouraging, because it's like, okay, well, I read it, but what do I really know? Okay, 10 broken ribs, an abrasion, the major stuff, but what does it really mean? And what does it look like? Because the way that it's described in the autopsy, it's very hard to picture and place and get an idea of the size. If not for Miss Lindy J's PowerPoint before, dude, I would be like completely in the dark. And that's no. So what I'm saying is, they, as in the medical examiner and the people in charge of investigating this case, have not done any of that. Most of the reason why I even have any kind of understanding as far as like actually being able to comprehend it is because of you guys that have helped out with the breaking it down for old dum dum up here. Not because you got it, you were able to actually articulate those kind of um concepts with the autopsy, because there's just not enough there. It's just a bunch of fucking nothing, and for it to be a finalized report is pitiful, and it's unacceptable, and I agree with everything that she said so far, and she's gonna say. But I just wanted to say that because, she's just going based off of what she sees in the autopsy, but she has, a career in training and education and to understand the words that are used to describe it. So for her to see that and to just call it out as it is and not keep using those other words that could be interpreted as it could be this, it could be that, and to just flat out say, I think it's a tire mark. Thank you. My Lanta, thank you. Like, Lord. Moving on.
To me, this is why you do an accident reconstruction. How in the world did he get on that shoulder? Was he thrown from a car? Did he fall out of a truck bed where they were surfing and being silly? Was he struck while he was walking down the road? If you don't do that accident reconstruction, you can't determine that. If you can't determine that, then all this other stuff is going to get more and more convoluted and confusing. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense.
Absolutely.
And I think, that's one of the theories that have been bantered around, that, they talk about the side-by-side ATV rollover, but that's still, we can't get consistent statements on that. Some people say there was, some people said there wasn't. Some people say there was damage to the ATV side-by-sides. Some people say there wasn't, even as
Let's talk about that, Rob.
Yeah.
Because, again, you don't need their statements. I don't want their statements yet. If you follow the...
Oh my God. Like, oh, thank God. Yes, thank you. What the fuck does it matter what they say? Like she said, let's not even consider that they're a bunch of fucking liars at this point. What does the evidence say? You took it into the precinct and analyzed it. Remember? Wink, wink. What did your analysis consist of? Was there any debris? Was it damaged in any way? Were the plastics damaged? Did it look like it had been in a rollover accident? What did your examination, what was the conclusion? Was there blood? What did it look clean? What? I mean, I still don't know. I know they said it was examined and returned, but what did you see? Because guess what happened after it was examined and returned to Jackie Poo? Jackie Poo traded it for a boat. Ain't that something? So guess what we can't do now? Look at the fucking side by side. Ain't that convenient?
Evidence, right? He had 10 wounds, 10 that would have been fatal. Well, that didn't occur on the ATV, and then he walked away from that party, right?
Exactly.
No.
That doesn't mean that 1 or 2 injuries didn't occur on that ATV. Now, here's my problem with the ATV. One, everybody at that party is taking pictures, taking videos, posting night and day for the whole 3 or 4 days. I ain't seen a picture of the ATV. I ain't heard nobody talking about the crash. I don't have a video of the crash. So I don't know exactly what happened. So when somebody says to me it was on its side and they lifted it back up, maybe. I don't know that to be a fact. I have no proof that that happened.
That was one of our biggest things. They were filming everything. These kids are filming and pictures, everything all weekend. If he was doing something like surfing on an ATV, they would have taken a picture. If they were giving him a shower, they would have taken a picture.
Absolutely. Okay, so here we go. The ATV, let's say that maybe he's driving. Maybe they claimed he was driving because the person driving doesn't want to get sued. Maybe the person driving was scared. Maybe the whole group of them were scared. But here's what I know. If you got a force.
Maybe the person driving was drunk and they were underage. You know? Maybe all of those things could be really bad for said property owner, you know, considering there's alcohol provided and you're allowing someone to drive your ATV on or not your ATV, but your boyfriend's ATV on your property, or your grandpa's property, should I say, and then someone dies. You know, that don't look good for anybody involved. So, you know, as much as I was firm in my theory, you know, I'm taking it all in, and now I'm back at the drawing board, and I'm not, and this isn't something that makes me say, oh no, like it doesn't sound crazy and far-fetched. Like this is something that in my brain, playing it out, could absolutely make sense in the fact that they're not thinking like responsible, mature adults that make good choices. They're thinking like selfish little assholes that are just worried about themselves and their parents' pockets, and that's just being honest. Clearly, if that wasn't the case, they wouldn't be having the stance they have this long after, and Caden wouldn't be tried to be attacked like he's the bad person for telling the truth. It's clear where we're at morally as far as the people at the party. But just to play devil's advocate, this theory, the way that she's about to break it down, it doesn't sound crazy. Like someone hitting him while he was walking and just there's no. That sounds fucking crazy. Or the mirror of a semi hitting him on the top of the head. That sounds fucking crazy. And I'm not even going to humor it for a second because it's not plausible. It's not realistic. And it's just, you sound ignorant to even give it any kind of merit and repeat it because it's fucking stupid. And it's just stupid, stupid, stupid. Did I mention stupid? Let me do it one more time. It's fucking stupid.
Cedar. No way there's only 4 boys on that thing. Maybe Noah was on the handlebars in the front. Because when you've got these
Okay, well, I appreciate, you know, her being objective, but that could just, that was a little uneducated statement because they don't have handlebars. It's definitely a steering wheel. But I'm sure she doesn't know that, but Yeah, there's no handlebars to sit on. However, he could have been sitting like on the top of it, like the roof of it, kind of with his feet dangling. I mean, I can think of about 10 million unsafe ways that you could ride a side by side. However, I'm not going to go up here and like explain them and break them down, because there'll probably be that one, idiot that's going to be like, "Hey, let me try that." And then, so do not try this at home. But yeah, I can think of several different ways you can unsafely ride a side by side. And when you're drunk trying to, brainstorm these ideas, I can only imagine. I wouldn't be surprised if he. Anyways, there's no handlebars. I just wanted to say that.
Lateral injuries, these severe injuries, if he were holding on and they crashed that thing and ran over him, could that be what happened? Because if he's on the front, they couldn't stop in time. Maybe.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting also is that no one can tell us who was in the side by side.
Exactly.
No, there's no, we can't get it, like, because if you would say, there weren't that, we hear who was at the party, but no one can tell us who was in the side by side crash, who was there.
Okay, but just imagine you're at a party, everybody's been drinking and having a great time for 4 days. Those boys are going to pile on that thing. So it is possible that he was not driving. It is possible he was on the front of it. Is it possible it ran over him? Maybe. Maybe he got a head injury then that nobody understood. They just thought he was drunk. Because if you're telling me there's a 19-year-old that 2 girls are having to help take a shower and then they're feeding him, what bothers me and concerns me, that says he could not do these things on his own. Well, after a 4-day period, how many times did they have to shower him? None, except that night. How many times was somebody feeding him? None. In the past 2 years, how many times did somebody have to do those things for him? I bet none. So this night, very specific for me, is a concern that he is unable. Most of the people that are going to listen to this podcast have at least one time in their life been intoxicated where they couldn't walk straight, shouldn't drive, maybe got into a fight. Were they unable to take a shower? Were they unable to feed themselves? That's a concern for me. That might indicate he was already injured, a brain injury.
Yeah.
Not the fatal injuries. So then at that point, he's looking, to go to bed. Avery says, "No, you can't come in my bed." He gets angry, allegedly. He puts on his one Adidas shoe, can't find the other one, sees the Hey Dude, put that on, and starts walking down the road north. Is it possible that he then got struck by a car? And what's critical for me is, remember the 911 caller, I don't know if it's the second or the third one, where he says, "I'm going to park my car here and block him because I almost hit him. I thought it was a deer." Is it possible? Well, let's look at the facts. If he was killed at that house, what are the odds clumps of hair would also successfully be transferred to the street? None. What about these teeth? None. So when now you're talking about both shoulders, multiple head injuries, vertebrae, and 10 ribs, that sounds like somebody that got run over.
Mm-hmm.
Just from here up.
Yeah. But
So
we
have to look at the possibility, right? And
absolutely.
why in the world was an accident reconstruction not done? Why won't they look at, and let me tell you one more thing. I keep reading and I keep hearing he was in the fetal position. I don't think that's true.
No, he wasn't.
He wasn't.
Okay. I don't think it's possible that he was. Because again, I believe there was a secondary event that caused these injuries. And if that's the case, it makes more sense to me that there was one event where he's injured on top of being intoxicated. But certainly he, from what I have understood from friends and family, and I've talked to 2 family members, and I've read what all the friends have said, but I haven't read anything where He has a habit of blacking out. He has a habit of not being able to take care of himself. I have read where he would leave parties sometime and start walking. Mm-hmm. So is that possible? You can't take it off the table.
What about the injury on the back of his head where the hair is?
Yeah, I want to share something with you because we heard a recording with someone who was at the scene. I won't say who it was, but they described it to the people that they were describing it to, that the head wound, and he actually used a personal experience that he had when he was a younger person where him and his friends would do like horrible things to,
Okay, now listen. Don't get me wrong. I love Robinson to death. I love what they do. This is a little bizarre that this is just kind of grazed over so nonchalantly. I know exactly what he's talking about. I know exactly who he's talking about. This is very disturbing, okay? And because you're on my channel and not everywhere else where they talk in code and they speak in freaking braille and initials and cryptic, I'm just going to tell you. He's talking about fucking Mikey. Okay? Sorry, not sorry. You don't get to be sus as fuck and me not call you out by name. I don't have any obligation to protect anybody other than justice, and no one thought about protecting Noah. So as far as I'm concerned, you can suck it. Anyways, so now we know, according to several people that I've talked to, that Mikey has very, very, very troubling, battles with a mental health. I've heard people say that he talks to himself, that he's known to be explosive and unpredictable. He was in some type of facility for a couple of weeks, like a month prior to this incident happening with Noah. Okay, so these are all things that are absolutely relevant, and we're going to talk about them over here. So I'm going to rewind this now that you know the who, what, and where, and all the secret, and listen to that again, because I don't understand why this is so. It's very disturbing, and I think it's very relevant because it's fucking. You don't just. You and your buddies are just out here torturing animals. I mean that. Okay, you little fucking psychopath. What the fuck? Like you're just. Okay, that's not normal. That's disturbing. And who the fuck are your friends? Little psychos? What the hell? Is it the same ones that you were hanging out with at the party? How long ago is when you were a kid? Because as far as I'm concerned, you're still a kid now. What I need details. You can't just say some shit like that in passing and just move on. But that's what he's about to do. So I just wanted to get my rant in first.
Yeah, I want to.
Is that possible? You can't take it off the table.
What about the injury on the back of his head where the hair is?
Yeah, I want to share something with you because we heard a recording with someone who was at the scene. I won't say who it was, but they described it to the people that they were describing it to, that the head wound, and he actually used a personal experience that he had when he was a younger person where him and his friends would do like horrible things to, like raccoons, and they use golf clubs to kind of, harm them. And he said the wound on the head and like basically almost like scalp them, scalp them, damage and scalp. See, he was talking about the head wound, and he said it looked just like almost like a divot from a golf club. There was a flap, and there was,
What the fuck? Okay, now, just to preface or put into some context, I told you guys about Mikey and what he has said recently. It's been several podcasts back. I've heard this from 3 different people, and I've seen the conversation that took place via Snapchat that he exchanged with someone else. And I've also talked to 2 people that have talked to him verbally that have said he is starting to break. Okay. And what he has admitted to as of current is that it was peer pressure and he only hit Noah one time. And that's all they could get out of him. Okay. He went a little bit further with other people. I'm not going to go into all that. But if he's willing to admit to that, something happened. The reason he's describing this to Rob the way he is about the whole raccoon thing is because he's got a very vivid, visual of it because he's seen it when it happened. Of course, he can explain to you how it happened. He might have done it to raccoons too, but I'm telling you, he might not have been the one to do it. But I promise you, he's done enough that he feels guilty and feels like he was peer pressured. And if he admits to hitting him one time, what else is he gonna admit to? I mean, who's to say he hasn't came forward already? And it's not like we would know about it. It's not like law enforcement's giving updates as people come forward, like, at all. So I know that I know because of the fact that he's still a minor, that is why people are tiptoeing around, saying his name on the podcast and having him on the podcast, because I know he was willing to talk. I know he's talked to the private investigator, and I know that his story, as far as the timeline, I know it lines up with Caden's. I can't speak as far as Brylan and Isaac because I don't know that they have been interviewed, and if so, I don't know what their statements consisted of. I know they haven't said anything publicly, and I don't know if that's because their parents have just been, not letting them talk, or if they, I just know they have stayed way in the shadows. So now I'm going to rewind this again with all of that information because, like I said, you're not going to get the whole tiptoeing and sugarcoating and I wonder who she's talking about and initials this. I'm going to give it to you real. I'm going to give you names, and I'm not going to do none of that because at the end of the day, I'm not here to be part of the speculation and theories and, oh, I wonder who she could be talking about. Like, no, let's just get to brass tacks. That's what we're here for. I ain't got time for none of that shit. And if that's what you would prefer, because you're a snowflake and are offended by hearing names and truth, then I would probably recommend go watching like the cryptic king over there, King Clickbait. You know who I'm talking about. And if not, then you're in the right place. And as far as all you snowflakes, sucks to suck.
Said the wounds reporting with someone who was at the scene.
And family, and I've talked to 2 family members, and I've read what all the friends have said, but I haven't read anything where he has a habit of blacking out. He has a habit of not being able to take care of himself. I have read where he would leave parties sometime and start walking. Mm-hmm. So is that possible? You can't take it off the table.
What about the injury on the back of his head where the hair is?
Yeah, I want to share something with you because we heard a recording with someone who was at the scene. I won't say who it was, but they described it to the people that they were describing it to, that the head wound, and he actually used a personal experience that he had when he was a younger person where him and his friends would do like horrible things to, like raccoons, and they use golf clubs to kind of, harm them. And he said the wound on the head and like basically almost like scalp them. Scalp them, damage and scalp. See, he was talking about the head wound, and he said it looked just almost like a divot from a golf club. There was a flap, and there, and then they had the 4x2 impression of his, the impact on his head back here. And so, I mean, that to me, it's just like, yeah, could that have happened if he fell out of the back of a truck or ATV? Sure, but this guy was pretty specific. It looked like it was just chopped out. So that's what's kind of interesting, I thought.
I can tell you with my experience, he didn't fall out of the back of a truck. His legs have no injury. None. His legs, his knees, his thighs, the back, the front, the sides. It would be indicative of somebody falling out of a truck and getting road rash everywhere. That's not the case here. The second thing is, if he's hit and run over by the ATV, or if he's hit by a secondary vehicle, without us knowing the vehicle, is it a low rider truck? Is it a souped up, big lifted truck and the exhaust hit him? The fact is, we don't know any of that. We don't know. But what I do know is near his body is a molar. Y'all listen to me. That ain't a front tooth getting knocked out. That's a molar. You're talking about at least 5 or 6 teeth back in your head. That don't happen without severe just pressure, right? So what would cause that would not leave an imprint? So I worked a case where a guy was beaten with a golf club. It was obvious it was a golf club.
Mm-hmm.
Lines and marks all down his back and on his arms. You could see the imprint. If we don't have that conclusively, then we don't have it.
Yeah.
And the thing I tried to explain to the family, I don't have the benefit of seeing it. I'm taking somebody else's opinion that it makes this mark or whatnot. I'd like to see it myself. But I'm going to tell you again, with cars going by that body, with 2 clumps of hair being there, that didn't happen in transport. Those teeth did not fall out in transport. Something occurred there on the side of that road. And if you follow the evidence, you have Noah's body, teeth, hair, shorts. Follow it. Something was moving when that happened to him. And again, you've got the mark on his back, which is the reason I don't think that he could have ever been in the fetal position. I think the arms are going to be in different positions. I think the legs are going to be apart because something hit him, is what I think. But again, I can't be clear enough.
I know.
They have shared nothing.
I know.
Nothing. But when you read that autopsy report, and I have seen the markings on the street or the highway, off that highway right there at the shoulder, the railroad tracks are west, he's walking north, and then there you have all the evidence laid out.
Yeah. No, it's interesting. I mean, it's like, the only thing that we kind of, talk about is the fact that, the first sheriff deputy who showed up, he was kind of preaching that it was a hit and run. And then when OHP showed up, they immediately, because we know the OHP officer who showed up, and he said, he goes, I've done tons of traffic hits and stuff like that. And he goes, it didn't look like a hit and run. They definitely did not hit. And then the family showed up, the brother and the father showed up, and they said it didn't look like, it looked like he was just dropped there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, and that's interesting.
Hit and run and running over somebody who's already on the ground are 2 different things.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
A hit and run and running over somebody that's already on the ground are 2 different things.
Exactly.
So you wouldn't have debris. You wouldn't have the road rash, right? You wouldn't. So if he leaves that party on foot, which is what some people have claimed, and he already had a head injury from the ATV, got a mile down the road and collapsed, is it possible that somebody couldn't see him and ran over him?
Absolutely.
And go back to the 911 caller, he's already on the shoulder and he almost ran over him. That's his statement, and he ain't got a dog in the fight.
Mm-hmm.
So that to me is a key statement. The other thing that is key are the injuries that are not there, that should be there. Again, I've never worked a hit and run where the person was not injured on their hips, their thighs, their knees, etc. Never. It's not possible that a car hits you while you're standing up and the lower extremities don't have some injury. He doesn't have that here.
Yeah.
So, I mean, to me, that's something that you've got to look at, that law enforcement, by doing a crime scene reconstruction, could answer some of these questions, even for themselves. Because again, keep in mind what you have. You have law enforcement that calls it suspicious. You have another agency that says, hey, we ain't working a homicide. And then you have a medical examiner that says undetermined.
I know.
How do you sit with family? How do you possibly sit with them and basically go,
Yeah.
We don't know. That's
don't
why
know.
we're doing this.
oh,
Yeah.
of course. I mean, that was rhetorical for y'all. And
I know.
Yeah, I know.
I know. It's just, but it is. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, how do you do this? Just say, okay, well, we don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. And we're going to let that hang that way for a year or so.
What about him being naked and the shorts?
Saying, we're going to harp on him being naked, which I understand. But the reality is he was only wearing shorts. So there is no shirt. There is no underwear, right? There are no socks. So we're harping on that. The reality is, again, if you look at the teeth, you look at the hair, is it possible that if he were hit, they could have just been drug off? I've heard there's no injuries to the shorts. I don't know if that's true. I haven't inspected them. I don't know.
Let me tell you something, because there's two pair of shorts in question here. Okay. There's a pair of shorts that they said he was wearing at the time that they said was in the middle of the road.
The white.
Okay. The white, yeah, they're white and gray, and they had like Comanche High School on it. They were wrestling shorts. Then there were shorts that he was actually wearing throughout the weekend, a pair of black shorts, which we physically saw, and up close and personal, and they were damaged. They were tattered, and there was actually a cigarette hole burn there. We don't know if it was a cigarette, but it was like a burn hole.
Mm-hmm.
But they were tattered. Right? Those were also shorts that were found on
at the scene.
Well, we've had witnesses say that they saw him wearing black shorts when they went down there first.
Exactly. We heard that from his friend Jack, who went to the scene, one of the first kids to the scene, when he saw that there was cars stopped by in the shoulder, and he said that Noah was naked and he just had the Hey Dudes and the shoe. He said he only had one shoe on, when other people say two. And this is the problem with the whole case, just the misinformation. And then he said he saw those white Comanche shorts in the middle of the road. He actually went out and physically picked them up and put them in his bed, his truck of his bed. And then later on, picked him up and then put him next to Noah's body. And then after that,
I'm sorry.
I know.
I'm sorry.
And then when the other friends came, like about 15, 20 minutes later, he was magically wearing black shorts. So it's like, what's going on here? I mean, it's like, this crime scenes.
One, was this child never covered up?
He was covered up. I can't remember if he was covered up. When the friends showed up later on, he wasn't covered up because the one friend went to go back to his Jeep to get a sheet or a blanket to cover him up. And then they told those kids, get out of there. Mm-hmm. Some of the people that were there, like the people who told them.
One of the friends picked up the shorts.
Yes.
Which tells me you've got somebody inside your crime scene that doesn't belong there. Should never be that close to him. Shouldn't be able to see what they allegedly saw, what they're stating that they saw. Exactly. I also heard that Jack's father showed up and even pointed out and or picked up one of the teeth. There's some confusion there, which again is what I'm telling you. When you don't do it right, it leads to confusion. It leads to rumor. It leads to conspiracy. It leads for everybody to say law enforcement doesn't know what they're doing. It's home cooking. They're covering something up because you didn't do it right.
Yeah.
I mean, for these kids not to have their phones taken, for them not to be interviewed immediately, the ones that are 17 and above, that should have happened that very night. The side-by-side should have been taken. To not think forensically on that.
Yeah. I mean, they eventually took everybody's phones and they did question them. I think it was, I'm not sure when it was, but it was, I don't know if it was a week after, 2 weeks after, but to me, it's just like, that's crucial time. It's crucial.
Take everybody's phone?
Excuse me?
Did you say they did take everybody's phone?
I don't know if they took them, but they scanned them. We don't know.
Not everybody.
Not everybody. The one kid that offered his phone young guy named Caden Pressy. I mean, he wasn't questioned until like a month later.
But he had to seek it out. They didn't come.
He basically goes, don't you guys want my phone? Don't you want this? And then just recently, he reached out to him again, like about a month ago, and they still didn't want his phone. They didn't want his information. And he was very smart to record all those conversations so people can say, well, I tried, and this is the result.
Well, the side-by-side, Jack's father had told Noah's father that side-by-side did not have any damage on it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I do believe Jack said that it did.
Well, see, again, there's a problem, but it may not have any damage if, let's say, Noah's on the front of it, falls off, run over him. It wouldn't have any damage.
Yeah.
It could have evidence underneath. It could have more clumps of hair. It could have a tooth. We don't know because they didn't do anything.
If that's what happened, if it was an accident like that, why won't they just say that?
Well, they might have panicked. And now that somebody has died, everybody's worried about covering something up. They're worried about,
liability, all that kind of stuff.
About liability, but you could also be charged if it wasn't on purpose. I mean, if you're driving down the expressway and your tire comes off and you hit somebody and you kill them, they could charge you criminally.
Yeah.
So people panic. But
the
thing that shocks me about that theory is if all the people at that party did have this information, it is difficult for me to believe that 40 people have that kind of loyalty to whoever this person is that might have hurt him and not to Noah. So you can look historically, like Michael Phelps. He's at a party with people he thinks he can trust, and somebody videotapes him smoking weed. I mean, people say things about people, right? I mean, Kim Kardashian put out a phone call with Taylor Swift and Kanye West. She didn't know she was being recorded. She didn't know that was going to be put out. You can't trust people. And just because they're in your inner circle, so to speak, or somebody you think you can trust, ain't nobody at your high school going to be that loyal to you. Nobody's going to help cover something up for a year.
Yeah.
I believe all 40 people.
I don't think it was that night. There wasn't 40 people at the house
at the time.
But the people that were there, the other people are talking to them. Like, there's no way that, like, if I was at a party with you for 3 days and you left 2 and this happened on day 3, I'm calling you, Cindy.
Yeah.
You're not going to believe what happened. Rob out and, hit Nancy Grace in the head. I mean, I'm going to call you.
Right.
Yeah.
But then my loyalty, is it to Rob or to Nancy Grace? It's going to be real clear, real quick.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where are all these other people if in fact he was attacked or
The one that was killing raccoons is Mikey Hotspot.
beat or left to just go by itself incoherent. I just hard to believe is all.
Yeah. No, I agree. Because, like, you can't even get 3 people to keep a secret, unless 2 of them are dead. It's like, but that's why it's confusing. But it's really unique that, from what we've heard is that, everybody's data on their phone and everything, social media, were all scrubbed shortly after. So that's a little suspicious. So I don't know what to really say about that. And
also these attacks on the family, on social media, and attacks on Noah, trying to blame him from the family that had the party. Like, why are they saying those things?
Yeah.
I mean, if they truly
everybody's going to get it.
Yeah.
Everybody.
The Tyson kid is Mikey, Edwina.
Because you're talking about a little bitty small town. Everybody is either related, friends, go to church, went to the same school, work at the same place. I mean, it's incestuous. And the bottom line is everybody's got something or somebody to protect. So that means your second cousin twice removed, you're not going to let anybody talk about Noah. Well, if Jack's your nephew, you're not going to let that happen either.
Mm-hmm.
If Asmund is your cousin, you're not going to let that happen either. So all these outside people, these perimeter people, are now helping enclose this, circle of silence, and nobody wants to talk anymore. They just want it to go away. They want to move on with their lives, but it's not going anywhere.
No, that's the thing. That's the thing, because there's so many questions, and I think you brought up a lot of great points about the body and the placement, and the tooth. Because you're right, molar takes a lot to knock out a molar.
A lot.
Yep. So and it was more than one, I think.
I mean, those cars whizzing by, that hair would have moved. So again, I just question so much. I wish they would reach out. I wish they would let some of us really get in there and help. Because one of the things, if you start looking.
Yeah, because he was only 15 at the time. I believe Isaac and Mikey were 15 and 16, and Brylan at the time of when this happened was 17. So Mikey was the youngest one at that party, technically, besides Caden's cousin. But she was there very briefly. Yeah, that's Brylan. The way that it was referred to me, and I've talked to several people that are, well, I'll say kids, young adults, whatever, that have been in the friend circle, ex-girlfriends and stuff, etc. And they said that they are all like Jack's little puppies. They use different words, but I'll refrain from I'll refrain from I'll just say it, his little bitches and his little do boys. And if Jack said jump, they'd all say how high. And absolutely monkey see, monkey do. And if one did come one, come all type deal. So take that with a grain of salt. I wasn't there. I've never hung out with them. I can't say how their dynamic was, but I've been told that by several people that have. He had very loyal friends that would defend him, protect him, or, whatevs. But you would think that same thing would apply to Noah, but I guess I don't know.
Looking at the timeline, I know y'all know it like nobody's business, but if he starts telling that one kid
Brylan does still drive Jack around when Jack's drunk. He's like his little, do what I say, boy.
"142, you're like, slap me. Like there's a little bit of that playful aggression, but still kind of aggressive, right? And
Yep.
if he slaps me, I'm going to chase him, and maybe we're, quote, play fighting. You know how they do. But then by 240, Avery's posting something about the crash, but there's no video, and now it's gone. There's no other pictures from all these other people. So now you're a little confused. Well, then, what is it, 341? They're posting Noah's missing. Well,
Yeah.
you posted that while smiling. Who knew that? Where is Jack? Where's Caleb? Where's all these people? You can't just say I was asleep. You can't say I didn't know. Enough people knew for that young lady to post he was missing.
I know that's the thing was weird. That I found that really bizarre. I mean, it's almost like it's a timestamp, and we did find out that you can manipulate timestamps in Snapchat. So that's it's not like burned in there. So was that then, or was it another time to kind of? I mean, it seems like they're kind of creating a narrative right then by posting that.
Okay, so now you have 2 hours from when she posted it to the 911 call. What we don't know is how long he was on the side of the road.
Exactly.
There 30 minutes, Was he there 2 hours? We don't know before that 911 call, right?
Mm-hmm.
So from 3:41 to the 5:46 or whatever it is, again, they should do a geofence. They should know who went right by his body.
I think they're doing that.
That's what we heard. They are doing that. But also, Jack had texted someone that Noah had passed at 4 a.m. And he said that law enforcement told him that. But we asked law enforcement. They said they don't know what time he passed.
They wouldn't know unless there was an eyewitness or somebody that came forward to say, I thought it was a deer, but now I think it was him.
Yeah. But even then, you don't know the exact time.
There's no way.
I mean, you can guess it. I mean, I'm sure a medical examiner or coroner can guess the approximate time of dead based upon
30.
what happened to the body. Yeah. But but what's the window? Is it like within an hour or 30 minutes?
For a medical examiner to tell you time of death?
Yeah.
No way they're getting within 30 minutes.
I was going to say.
Not happening. I
Nope.
mean, it's, right? So
Yeah.
we know that maybe wasn't the case, but we know from the autopsy report that rigor was present. We
Yep.
know content's still in his stomach. So again, there's things we do know, and we give you a time frame. But again, that's one of those things a totality is what you're looking for, not an absolute.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think if you look at the timeline, you look at what was said, what was not said, and if you say to yourself, okay, they gave this child a shower, how long would that take? 15 minutes? And then they fed him some yogurt. What is that, another 10? And made him some ramen noodles or something, allegedly. And then he wanted to get in bed with Avery. That's another 5 minutes. She says no. Then he gets his shoes on and he's leaving. And he's got to walk a mile. Well, if he's somewhat delirious and intoxicated, walking a mile might take him 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So,
No, yeah, it's a distance. We've been there. We see from the house, it's like,
yeah,
it's not around the corner.
not around the corner. So if that's a solid hour, he could have been there an hour.
Yeah.
And again, without law enforcement doing every single step necessary. And y'all, I'm not asking for some latest, greatest technology. This is Side 101. And again, when you have a suspicious death or a death that you cannot readily explain, you work it as a homicide till you can prove differently.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you said something about the ramen noodles and the yogurt. All they found was brown liquid in the contents of his stomach.
Right.
So, so there's, did they feed them ramen noodles and yogurt?
That's why I brought it up, because the content is there.
No, it would have been there. We've talked to,
I'm saying the contents of his stomach was there. They saw it. They noted it. So it appeared to me, again, where's the pasta?
Right, that's what I'm saying. They would have seen it.
Mm-hmm.
They would have seen the pasta for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't. They didn't see it in his stomach.
Just brown liquid, which was probably beer.
Or alcohol.
Yes.
So many confusing things. But yeah, I mean, that's going back to what we said before. It's just when they don't freeze that crime scene and they don't, I mean, the officer on duty at the time, I guess he went to the house to look, but he was more looking for car parts and stuff. But the house is pretty far away from there. It's like an L shaped. There's a big field in between there. There's railroad tracks and there's a dirt road. So, I mean, I just don't understand why when you see someone dead in a roadside and they came from a party that was around the corner, like a mile away, why wouldn't you start questioning people right then and there to find out who was the last person that saw him? No one goes anywhere. Do it right then and there. Check the scene. Even if you don't have a warrant, you can check the outside of the scene. Most of the partying was done outside, underneath a patio, based upon the videos. Why wouldn't you do all those things? And I just think they weren't equipped to handle it that way. And I don't know what they were thinking, but everybody that we've talked to from a law enforcement perspective has kind of said the same thing. They missed that window of opportunity, and you can't put the genie back in the bottle after you walk away. And it wasn't like they got And it's like there's no way anybody else can kind of infiltrate that scene. It's middle of farmland, and there's one road, 2-lane highway, very shallow shoulder.
Yep.
So it's just confusing.
I mean, we did have a witness come and say that she was driving home around 5:30-ish, and she saw, maybe it was like 5:15-ish.
I thought it was around 5. Anyway,
she was driving home early, like maybe before 5 o'clock. And she saw 3 people on an ATV that pulled out and scared her.
From that location. Where he was found. No.
And that's what I'm saying. That is starting to make more sense to me. I believe, honestly, the ATV ran over him. I do. I do.
Yeah.
I think the injuries dictate that. I think, again, you start with the pattern injury and you work out. The injury to his neck, spine, lungs, he didn't walk after that. He didn't walk after that head injury. He didn't walk after the 3rd head injury. He didn't. So, it's a horrible, sad, gut-wrenching situation. And every single person just about in that town is affected. And so you would think at some point somebody would come forward.
Yeah. I mean, the thing that I think, in addition to the crime scene not being fully addressed the way it should have been, the other thing that is the reaction from the people who were at the party and their actions was a little bit surprising too. The fact that, from what we've heard from people that were there, that there was some crying, and then they just went straight to bed. They cleaned up the place like crazy. There was just bleached it out. They hid there was 3 weapons. There was a shotgun, a bolt action rifle, an AR-15. That what you can see one of the kids in the video is holding in the background when they're doing the little slap thing. So they gathered those up. It just really going on. Why do all that?
Well, there's a whole thing that we do when we work a case, and pre and post behavior is part of it. And that's a big, big thing. What were people doing before? What were people doing supposedly during, if you have that window? And what are they doing after? And it'll show you. It'll show you clearly. If nobody's calling his cell phone, nobody's driving around looking for him. If he's missing, nobody's going after him. Nobody's on that 4-wheeler going, hey, Noah, come back. Don't be mad. You can talk to Carter if you want to. That didn't happen. You got supposedly the 2 sisters on the porch arguing. You've got people cleaning up. You've got people, again, I just went to that.
Yeah.
Did social media just stop like an iron door?
Exactly.
Everybody sleep at the exact same time. Look at the Idaho situation. Several might have been asleep, but one is ordering DoorDash. One's on their phone playing a game. That's normal. There's no way 12 of these kids went to sleep at the exact same time. And no phone is there.
No.
That's me. It makes sense. And again, if you don't do everything, this is what is going to happen. And I try to tell young rookie detectives, listen, you think this mama is a pain in the butt? Wait till you have a mama that ain't got no answers. Her phone's going to ring every day. And then they're going to call people like Rob and Cindy. And then they're going to call people like Nancy Grace. And then they're going to call people like Joe Scott Morgan. This thing ain't going away. You've got to give them answers. You've got to show them that you did your due diligence. It's your freaking job, first of all. And second of all, you can't sit with somebody and say, well, this is what happened. Your loved one killed themselves, but we don't know how. Huh?
Exactly.
Nobody accepting that. Well, it's a horrible accident, but we don't know how. Nobody's accepting that.
No.
Murdered, but we don't know how. Nobody's accepting that. You have got to have more information than you need. When I used to work cases with Nancy, when she was my prosecutor, honey, we'd get here and I'd be like, Nancy, we are good. Look at this case. It is solid. She would want more. She would want more. I don't ever fault her for that, because anytime you sit with a family They're going to have questions that you might not even have anticipated. You better have an answer.
Yeah.
If I
Yeah.
know that Noah was walking north, what good am I? If I don't know what direction he was facing, if I don't know, in fact, he was not in the fetal position, if I can't explain how a molar comes out of your head, then what good am I to you?
No. Yeah. I just want to do that other part again because I remember now what time it was. I just want to make sure it's correct because I don't want to
Well,
get
just repeat it.
crucified here. So a witness came forward and told us that at 4:48 a.m. they were driving home from work and they saw 3 people on an ATV right where Noah was, which we thought was interesting, where he was found.
Aha. There's the aha moment. Okay. Because now we have a timeline that makes sense. Because Jack makes a statement that he claims came from law enforcement, but said law enforcement that is investigating the case, when asked by Rob, said, I don't know how any of us could have told him that because we don't know that. So, and not unless we, and it's not very professional for them to speculate and them not be able to put it in the report. So, it's definitely somebody that's like not giving him this timeline in an official matter, which is it's more probable that he just made that up, the part about law enforcement telling him that. However, I do think it was a little nugget that wasn't supposed to get out and be, interpreted and broken down the way he did. I don't think he meant to say it. I think it's probably one of the things he regrets saying. However, he said it. So, 4 o'clock. Okay, let's just start with, you know what? I got something for this. 1 minute. We'll get right back to this podcast. But this is really important to me, you guys. So, uno momento, por favor. Okay, here we go. Okay, first, we have I was over here muted asking AI some questions that that I was curious about after hearing a couple of things that she said. Okay. So, based on the detailed injury analysis from the autopsy report and the scenarios considered, the most plausible scenario is as follows, okay? Now, if you guys were here whenever I did this the other day, this is going continued off of the conversation thread that I already had going, where it gave me the scenarios and then it said the likely out of all of those and all that. So I just added another scenario and uploaded the autopsy to where it was like it could do a compare and contrast. What would these injuries be plausible or possible based off of this type of accident, and give me a detailed scenario or like an example of what could happen that based off of that scenario and how those injuries could occur, so that I could get a visualization of how it could have happened, just to give you guys an understanding of how I made AI. You don't just type it in and say, you have to be very specific in what you want to know and very clear with AI, and you have to be very detailed. So, and tedious, because if not, it'll answer your question as dumb as your question sounds. It's going to give you the dumb answer, and sometimes sometimes it just be a lot of damn it. I guess I got to start over because I don't know how the hell I got here. So, scenario, okay? High impact trauma from falling off an ATV and being run over, okay? Just humor me. We're playing devil's advocate over here, and we're considering all possibilities, and then you're going to decide for yourself what you choose to believe based off of what I have presented you, okay? Now, loss of, this is just a scenario. Like, theoretical scenarios that could have happened that could result in the injuries that are in the autopsy, according to AI, okay? So, sorry, had to make sure that was up. Okay. So, loss of control. The descendant may have been operating the ATV at a high speed, potentially on an uneven terrain. At some point, the ATV could have hit an obstacle or made a sudden movement, causing the descendant to lose control and to be thrown from the vehicle. Okay? Initial impact. As the descendant was thrown off the ATV, they likely hit the ground with significant force, causing the severe head and skull injuries observed. This impact could also account for the neck fractures and other blunt force injuries. Secondary impact and crushing injuries. After falling, the momentum of the ATV could have caused it to continue forward and run over the descendant's body. The crushing force of the ATV running over the chest and abdomen, and potentially the neck, would explain the extensive rib fractures, internal bleeding, and damage to vital organs like the lungs and liver. Sliding and abrasions. After being thrown from the vehicle and run over, the descendant's body may have continued to slide across the ground, leading to the extensive abrasions, road rash, soft tissue damage seen in the autopsy. Key points supporting this scenario. Severe skull and neck injuries. These could be caused by both the initial impact and the ground, and the ATV running over the head and neck areas. Multiple rib fractures and internal injuries. These are consistent with the crushing force of the ATV running over the chest and abdomen. Road rash and abrasions. These injuries align with the descendant being dragged or sliding across the ground after the fall and impact. Conclusion. The most plausible scenario is that the descendant fell off the front of an ATV at high speed, struck the ground with significant force, and was subsequently run over by the vehicle. The combination of high impact trauma from the fall and the crushing injuries from the ATV likely led to rapid fatal injury. This scenario aligns with the pattern of injuries observed in the autopsy report. Okay, now let's go back to the timeline real fast. I say go back, but let's go to the timeline because we weren't there yet. Okay, this is all based off of eyewitness statements, phone data, or just things that have been said by family or law enforcement. So this is definitely not an official timeline. It is my unofficial timeline based off of things that I've gathered and I've learned and things that I could confirm were true as far as I'm concerned. So I say this is all alleged and take it with a grain of salt, and do not say that it is like red words in the Bible, because it is not. It is an unofficial timeline put together by me. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. However, if it's in here, it is because of I can't prove that it happened or prove that it happened at that time, but I can prove that it was said to have happened at that time, if that makes sense. Okay. So I'm just trying to create at least if nothing else, an accountability for when things happened according to when things that were said. So like I said, I wasn't there. I can't confirm that their statements are true. However, I did try to make it as accurate as I felt was possible. Okay, so let's go. Saturday, September 2nd, 2023. Party begins for as far as Noah is concerned, okay, because there was other people and stuff going on. It had originally started Friday night, but Noah did not get there until sometime Saturday, okay? Sometime Saturday, there's an argument with Jack and Noah, and there's also an argument with Jack and Mikey, okay? And it results in pushing and shoving with Jack and Noah, and then the fight with Mikey and Noah is Noah got fish hooked by Mikey, and he bit his finger, and supposedly that was all that happened after that. Mikey accused Noah of stealing his phone or having his phone or hiding his phone, and come to find out it was asleep under another partygoer on the couch, or somebody that was asleep on the couch. It was underneath them, and allegedly, that was the end of it. But I was under the impression that this was Sunday, but I've now been told by several people this was Saturday. Okay, so take that with a grain of salt. However, I do have it on this timeline as Saturday until I can prove it. I'll fit it where it fits. However, I do think it is relevant enough to talk about because when we have heard the little nugget that Rob dropped about the torturing raccoons as a kid, all nonchalantly, and who said it. It also creates, okay, well, there was something brewing progressively over the weekend that was escalating with Mikey and with Jack, okay? And I'm not going to tiptoe around it. I'm going to call it like I see it, and that doesn't mean Jack is off my suspect list. It just means that Jack and Mikey are on my suspect list. And then when we factor in, we'll get to it because it's on the timeline. But I just want to know, to state, okay, the only people that are documented that everybody can agree on happened, regardless whether they downplay the how extensive it was or how how was it really a big fight or downplaying it. That they are admittedly all say that Mikey and Noah got into a fight, and Mikey and Jack got into several fights. But supposedly, the Mikey and Noah, it was just the one time, and it was brief, and but that's up to you if you choose to believe that it wasn't, it was not that serious. I digress. Noah's written on in permanent marker on his butt cheeks, on chest. He's written on all over. Okay. While everyone was sleeping, this is Saturday night. Colton, which is Jack's brother, his friend Travis Monson, and some other tall, skinny kid that nobody could tell me they didn't recognize him. So unknown, and they came back to the house implying that they were there, as in Colton and the Travis kid and the other kid were at the party Saturday night, but they left. And apparently, while all the kids were asleep, or while all the party goers were sleeping, they snuck back in and took all the beer from took all the beer from the coolers and stole it. And Tatum woke up and seen them as they were going out the door, and Jack was pissed because apparently it was his beer, and and I guess this is just normal thing that his brother would do, little punk shit like that apparently. Any hoosers. So this is screenshots of conversations with Jack, and if you can't see it, in the purple or on the right, which is the person talking to Jack, it starts and says, "Just curious, what did you and Noah get into an argument about, though? Just to be clear, just to clear the air." Jack says, "When?" Other person says, "Earlier." He says, "That day?" He says, "Just heard y'all got into an argument. Just curious what it was about." Jack says, "We didn't argue that day." The person says, "That weekend? May have been Saturday." And Jack says, "But the day before we argued about girls for like a second and then ended up holding each other, crying, and telling each other how much we cared about one another." Right. Because that's what drunk boys do. They cry and hug it out. Right. Okay, sorry about that, y'all. So now we're at Sunday, the 3rd. Okay, Sunday morning. They all go to breakfast. Okay, I've learned this since then. They being Mike, or not Mike, Mikey, Isaac, Brylan, Caden, Noah, Avery, Carter, Jack, and Logan. They all go to breakfast at the truck stop in Waurika, and then they come back to the house. Okay, then after they get back to the house, Caden and the girls stay at the house, and Noah, Jack, Isaac, and Brylan go to Duncan. I'm assuming Jack is in his truck. I don't know who rode with Jack, and Noah drove his own truck. This is when Noah goes home, showers, eats, and takes a nap, and doesn't have any intention on going back to the party. Okay. Um, they go. The Jack went and met up with his dad and got more beer. Now, I'm not saying that he got beer from his dad. I'm just saying that the two incidents occurred in unison. That he went and met up with his dad, and he came back with beer. So interpret that however you want. So interpret that how you would like. So the girls and Caden go, they watch a movie and are just kind of hanging out at the house for a little while, and then they go return a carpet cleaner to the dollar store, and they get more. They buy more beer as well. After they return back from Duncan, and when I say they, yeah, we'll get to that part. Okay, so Jack is calling and texting Noah, begging him to come back, convincing him to come back. Noah agrees to come back. Okay, this is Noah and Jack at the party on Sunday night. And according to what Jack recently said on the most recent podcast, um, allegedly, which I mean, there's no timestamp and I haven't seen the metadata, but he is now saying that this picture was taken at 1:40 a.m., which technically would be Monday, but Sunday night, Monday morning. I don't know how much of that I believe, considering there's all that writing on him still at this point, but it is what he said. Unless he was scrubbed down in that time frame, which is even more telling. But anyways, I digress. Okay, so now we're at 6 o'clock on Sunday. 3 kids that have been mentioned in passing: Gage Jensen, Kaysen Jensen, and Kaysen Jensen is the one that made the statement in regards to Mikey living with him, and that he's a good kid, and that he and made the weird statement that we've kind of circled back to several times about, oh, Mikey would never have hurt somebody or killed somebody intentionally, and and just makes it was the way it was worded was really something that stood out to me before all the stuff that I learned along the way as far as red flags for Mikey. That was one of the very first things that I grabbed from the groups and screenshotted and was like, okay, the verbiage of this is very, very red flag y to me. So there's that kid. Okay, so obviously Gage and Kaysen are brothers. I'm assuming because of the same last name, or cousins, or they're related somehow. But I would not. I would have to check my notes, but I believe they're brothers, but they could be cousins. But and then JH, which is what's this? It's Jace. No, no, no. It's I have it in my notes, but it's not really relevant. I mean, if y'all want to, I can look it up right now, but I'll come back to it. Okay, they pick up Mikey first, the 3 boys and then they with Mikey they leave and pick up Noah, and then they drive Noah and Mikey to the party. Okay, so Mikey does not get to the party until Sunday. And when Noah comes back on Sunday, after being gone most of the afternoon, he comes back with Mikey, okay? Very, very important because we have these weird narratives and stories that, oh, he got picked up by Avery and someone else, and then he got left at the truck stop, and then someone else picked him up, and then Jack has even came and said that oh no, I picked him up and I drove him to the driveway at the party. Well, no, that's just simply not true, and it's a very weird thing to lie about because it doesn't. I mean, I don't think it really matters who drove him there, but it is very telling that people are going out of the way to to say stuff that just simply didn't happen. And why do that when the truth is less, in my opinion, unless they know something I don't, the truth is way less suspicious. So, why are you, it's just weird. Anyways, so here is I'll just play it after this. Where? Okay. Now, after Noah and Mikey get dropped off, it's right before dark. This is around between 6 and 7 in the evening. Okay, so right before it gets dark, Caden, Jack, Isaac, Brylan, and Noah and Mikey went on the side by side out on the country road and were shooting random shit. They headed back to the party right before dark, and Jack was driving. They hit a culvert on the side of the dirt road and jumped it, and no one got hurt, but they went airborne, and it was just something that was noted that I took from one of the times that I spoke with Caden. Nobody was hurt. It wasn't he doesn't consider it an accident or whatever. However, I believe it's relevant to add to the timeline because it goes to show that a pattern of they all piled up on it, several of them, because there was more asses there than there were seats. Okay, for one, Jack driving and the way that he drives it, considering it's his um toy, okay, and the way that he drove it, he drove it like a bat out of hell, and regardless whether people were piled up on it or they were sat safely, and he jumped a culvert and sent everybody flying, and everybody was fine. I did that on purpose just because I'm creating a pattern of behavior, okay? So maybe it's a little bit more conceivable to see that maybe something like this they just thought they were going to have a normal occurrence that they just did the day before and the day before and a few hours before. And what if they did that and it didn't go the same way? What if because there was alcohol involved and there was there was less responsibility, and that someone didn't have a grip as good as they should have, or they wasn't holding on as good, or they were not paying attention, and that same exact thing that was so insignificant and uneventful was ultimately something very, very bad when they duplicated it a couple hours later. I'm just saying, it's something to think about. Okay, now we're at 10:30 p.m. Caden's little cousin showed up unexpectedly, and she was super drunk and throwing up. And this is screenshots of conversation, text messages with Caden and his mom. I'm going to drown this. Okay, so the text messages read as follows. So this is Caden to his mother. and the timestamps are on the side, and this is at 10:41 p.m. Caden says, cousin is here. Her friend brought her here and is dropping her off, and when they leave, I'm gonna stop drinking so I can keep an eye on her. Caden's mom says to him, 10:41, why is she there? Caden at 10:42 says, no idea, but she is, and her mom don't know. His mom at 10:42 says, Caden, don't let her do anything she will regret in the morning. And 10:42, Caden said, don't snitch. I know. I'm keeping an eye on her. Okay. Now, this is important to me for more reasons than to just create a timeline. This also tells you that we have documented a timestamp when Caden stopped drinking, okay, which was at 10:42. We'll just round it up and say 11 o'clock on Sunday night, okay? So I'm not saying that he was sober by any means when shit started to unfold on Monday morning, but I promise you he was more sober than the rest of them because they were, we'll get to that. He was more sober than the rest of them, okay? And he made a choice to stop drinking to look out for his little cousin to make sure that nothing happened to her, okay? Now, 10:42, Caden's mom says, but you got to watch her. She's wild. Caden says back at 10:42, I'm making sure no douches try anything. 10:42, she says, Caden's mom says to Caden, please just don't let anything happen to her, okay? Now, next we have Caden was taking pictures and videos of his cousin and sending them to his mother, who's worried about her niece. Okay? This is a screenshot of conversation with Caden and his mother. So, the timestamps again are scrolled over to the side so that you can see them. And Caden sent his mom the video at 10:51 p.m. And that's the infamous one that's been all of, on the news stations and everywhere else, where you can see Noah standing in the standing in the dining room area or whatever, and he's got, I think, a beer in each hand, the black shorts on, no shirt on. And what that Caden took the video, as you can see his pink knee brace in the on his knee. You can see the Hey Dudes that he's wearing on his feet. But he zooms in on a girl, and you can hear music playing. Well, the girl he's zooming in on is his cousin, and he was doing that because this video was when he originally took it, it was for his mom to see that she was, she wanted updates that she was being kept an eye on and that she was okay because she was worried about her, with good reason. So, and it's also a timestamp, 10:51. Now, 10:52, his mom to Caden says, how is she getting home? And Caden responds at 10:52, yes, ma'am, her friend is sober and taking her. Okay. Now, just for the fact of trying to keep it in chronological order, it is mentioned, and I say that's why you're about to see, or you do see because it's up now, but I say allegedly because this is a statement that's made by Jack. I can't confirm it happened. The only thing I can do is document that he did say it. So, at midnight, according to Jack, so take this with a grain of salt, and I'm aware of how uncredible it is before I even tell you. However, I am going to put it in the timeline, as unofficial as it may be, because it is something that he said, and I can document that he said it. That is all I'm responsible for. Okay, allegedly. Midnight. Argument between Noah and Jack that was only verbal, but it got pretty heated. Noah was yelling at Jack about always flirting with girls he likes, and Jack was saying he didn't know what he was talking about. Now, this is according to several people that were at the party, that they heard it and that it escalated and got pretty heated as far as Noah was extremely upset, pissed, and was getting loud, but that it didn't get physical that time. And it was specifically worded that way that time. Okay, which tells me that wasn't the only argument that night and that it obviously escalated because that I was told that by several people that time it didn't get physical. So again, screenshots of conversations with Jack, same one from the one earlier where he says, "Oh, we didn't argue that day," but the day before, implying that it was Saturday, that we argued about girls for like a second and then ended up holding each other, crying, telling each other how much we meant to one another. So now he's not admitting to fighting Sunday at all, which is bizarre. And his explanation of that is bizarre too. So please tell me, Jackie Poo, if you don't mind, what girls were you fighting about? I mean, you were just in your new relationship with Carter, so were you fighting about Carter, or were you? I mean, what girls plural? Like what? And why would you be flirting with girls he liked if you were already dating Carter and that was your girl? Unless she wasn't your girl and she was still single at that time and it was still up in the air and she could have been Noah's girl. And maybe he felt like you were flirting with girls he liked, because that would make a lot more sense than Noah was in the corner with your girlfriend, like, and you flipped out about it and you were that jealous over someone that you'd only been dating 2 weeks. But there's also the fact you have to keep into the back of your mind that there was absolutely a underlying tension and animosity that was kind of below the surface, not being talked about, between Noah and Jack. I've been told this by several people, including one of Noah's ex-girlfriends who I've spoken with, that says that a couple of weeks prior to this, Noah was venting to her about how he felt about it, and it was really, really something that was he was not okay with it. It hurt him. He was upset about it. He was angry about it. This is what happened, as I know it, allegedly, as I've been told. Noah had a girlfriend by the name of Phelan that he was pretty serious with, as serious as teenagers can be. I don't know the extent of the time or whatever, but they exchanged I love yous, and Noah had significant feelings for Phelan, okay? For whatever reason, I don't know if it happened because of this, if this happened after this, but I know that Noah and Phelan broke up for whatever reason, and sometime either before, during, or after said breakup, Jack slept with Phelan, okay? Somehow, Noah found out about it, okay? I don't know the details of all of that, but I know that Noah, recently before the party, sometime before the party, that he confronted Jack about it and gave him the opportunity to admit it, tell the truth, and he didn't. He chose to deny it, lie, double down, say it didn't happen, and that hurt Noah. Because apparently when he asked him about it, he was kind of testing him to see if he was going to lie or not, because he already knew, he already had the facts and already knew about it, and and was given, trying to see that, hey, bros before hoes, let's talk this out. And then when he lied about it, he just completely was like, oh, okay, bet, like, I guess we're not, he just, boys will be boys. It hurt his feelings and he's not going to come out and say that. But at the end of the day, him and Jack have been best friends since preschool, like bros before hoes. I mean, it is what it is. And when you don't talk about that kind of stuff and you leave it boiling below the surface, and then the next time you see each other, there's a bunch of alcohol and girls and now bubbling emotions under the surface that can only lead to something explosive before it's said and done. I believe that's why Noah didn't really want to be there. I believe that's why he leaves and didn't want to come back. I think Jack went out of his way to beg for him to come back because he just wanted shit to go back to normal. He couldn't man up and tell the truth and just admit it. But he didn't want to lose Noah as a friend. So this was his way of, come on, let's just do the guy thing and let's just drink and forget about it and try to shove it down Noah's throat. And this is just my opinion based off of things that I've learned in my own analysis and my own observations. This is what I think happened. Okay. And I believe that there was arguments between Jack and Noah that started out as little juvenile, because I think Noah was fucking with Jack on purpose to his face. Because at the end of the day, Jack knew that Noah knew, and that was his way of saying, hey, I know what you did. You know I know what you did. Now I'm going to get you back because boys will be boys. I think he was flirting with Carter on purpose just to get a rise out of Jack. And I think the fact that Jack knew if Noah applied any kind of effort, he could have had Carter. And I think the thought of that alone drove Jack crazy. And I don't know that Noah was necessarily gonna act on it, wanted to act on it. I know that he could, and that alone was enough for Jack. And I think he was purposely fucking with Jack to get a rise out of him. I think he went in there when Jack went to lay down and passed out, and I think he did absolutely what they talked about on that podcast that his aunt was on the last week before this one, when they were listening to Jack's phone call. I think he went in there and I think he teabagged Jack, and I think there's a picture of it, and I think the fact that Carter told Jack about it when he woke up and was giggling about it, saying, haha, no, I teabagged you while you were sleeping. I think Jack fucking snapped. Okay? I don't know that I necessarily believe there was an ATV accident at all. However, now with this new, research that I've done with this, I don't know. This was my opinion as this PowerPoint stated, okay? And I don't know that the two theories can't overlap. However, let me get through this one before we get through a new one. So, I think that Jack and Noah take it outside. I think they start fighting behind, in the gravel and the road behind the trucks, because I've heard from several people that there's a Snapchat video that Brylan took that has been deleted since, of Jack and Noah fighting. All you can see is gravel, but that there is a video that exists floating around somewhere, and that Brylan was the one who posted it, and people seen it on Snapchat before everything got deleted and wiped at 3:14. But we'll get there. I think that Jack started getting his ass whooped by Noah, because I think when it came to a head, it came to a head. I think it went from wrestling around and grappling to real serious real quick. I think Noah was fucking Jack up. I'm sorry to be bold. I just think he was. I think there was a lot of animosity, and I think he was fucking him up. I think Carter panicked and tried to get Noah off of Jack, and I think she probably got elbowed or hit or something, because boys will be boys, and I would not recommend doing that when, you could get hurt. I think she was probably a little over dramatic, screamed at the top of her lungs, and I think because of that, the other boys being Brylan, maybe even Isaac, I'm not sure, I'm still on the fence about him, but for sure Brylan and Mikey, I think they came running out when they heard Carter scream, "Da-da, Captain Save-A-Ho." Then they see Jack getting beat up by Noah and Carter sitting there screaming, "Oh my God." And I think they just monkey see, monkey do. And golf clubs were right there readily available, because they had been using them out there all weekend, hitting stuff, hitting rocks. They were probably even in the back of the side by side, because they took them with them, and when they were out riding that evening, when they were out shooting, they were shooting and then hitting golf balls and hitting rocks and stuff while they were out there. I forgot to add that, and that was told to me by Caden. Okay, so they could have been in the back of the side by side. Okay, if they're fighting behind the trucks, the side by side's right there, and you see it hanging over the back. The bed of the side by side, because it's got a little bit of a bed to it, not much, but enough to hold golf clubs. You see that, and monkey see, monkey do. If there's more than one, they all grab one, and before you know it, something went from bad to really bad. I think Carter was the first one to swing, in just my opinion. And then I think they all followed suit. And then I think they felt the need they had to do it because they were protecting Jack, and ultimately I don't think they intended on unaliving him. And I think it was a cleanup, and panic set in right thereafter. I don't think that was anywhere near 5. I think it was closer to between 3 and 4. I think the same 3 that I mentioned were the ones that the lady sees on the fucking the road right there coming out, because that was at like 4:50 or 4:48. They could have been. Obviously, if she didn't see Noah on the road, I would imagine Noah probably wasn't. They hadn't got him there yet, or they were feeling the scene out or whatever. But I think that was when that was being done. I think that they called Stevie immediately. I think they called Jasmine's parents immediately, and I think they called Bub immediately. And I think from then forward, it just became they were just doing what they were told, and the adults were the decision makers from that point on. And that's just my opinion. However, that was my opinion before I added in this whole him being on the front of the ATV and being thrown underneath it. So I'm not even going to be able to say. I can't even form a thought on that right now, because I got to think about it and sit on it. But I just wanted to say the things that I know, and why, when I, so that you guys know why I feel the way I do now. And if it changes, and as it changes, I'm just kind of letting you guys in on what's going on behind the Wizard of Oz wall over here, and how I get to the conclusions I get to and why I feel the way that I feel. So, okay, 12:48 a.m. Caden took pictures of his cousin outside with her head in between her legs and sent it to his mother. 1:05 a.m. He took the Snapchat video of Brylan and Noah messing around, and Isaac is standing behind them holding the shotgun talking to Avery. Caden fell asleep shortly after this and woke up to his mom calling him. Screenshots of conversations with Caden and his mother's call logs are on the next slides. So here, all the way to the left, this is the conversation with Caden and his mother where he sends the picture of his cousin outside with her head between her legs. The timestamp on that is 12:48 a.m. Then he says, cousin, no like alcohol. Then his mom responds at 12:51 and says, OMG. Don't let anyone take pictures of her at 12:55. Caden responds at 12:55 and says, yes, ma'am, no one has that I've seen of so far. 12:57 a.m. his mom says, can she stand up? Okay, now this is the picture in the middle. This is from Caden's gallery on his phone where he took it from Snapchat. So the timestamp is on September 4th, 2023 at 1:05 a.m. Okay. Now back over here is to the right is a screenshot of Caden and his mom's conversation. Okay, this is at 12:58 a.m. Caden says to his mom, yeah, she is fixing to go pee and then leaving. Okay, then at 12:58 his mom says, follow her to the bathroom, please. Okay, now we're at 1:42, so about an hour later, give or take 10 minutes, 45 minutes to an hour later. His mom is got him and his sister and his cousin. They're all on a Life 360. So, or maybe I don't even think this is Life 360. I think this is Find My iPhone. But anyway, they're all grouped together, so she can see where her niece is at, and she can see where Caden's at. Okay, Caden is right here in the front where you can see, you can't see it real well, but towards the front, and then JB, that is the initials of her niece and where she's at in the house. So she's saying to Caden, why are you not with Georgia? Because she can see that he's kind of on one side of the house and she's towards the other. So she's, hey, why are you, thought you were watching her type deal. Okay, Caden's already fell asleep at this point. So now we're at 1:43. Caden, 1:45. I'm going to call her mom if you do not call me. This is at 1:45. Okay? So, now this next screenshot is Caden's mom's phone records from her cell phone provider. Okay? They are edited. I'm the one that edited them. So, whatever, true crime god, fucking weirdo. There's no aha. I edited them because I did not put her phone number out, Caden's phone number out, her niece's phone number out, and her sister's phone number out because that just wasn't necessary to show the timestamps, okay? So I'm the one who did the blurring out and the boxing and the zoom. That's all me. She didn't do anything. She sent it to me raw. So I seen it for what it is. Before I put it publicly, I blocked some shit out. If that means I'm not being forthcoming, eat my, yeah. I'm not even gonna be, I'm gonna be classy, but fuck off all the way. Fuck off of her. I mean, come on. Put your phone number out and all your family members' phone number out, and then I'll put it up there raw. And even if you do, I won't because fuck off. Anyways, sorry. So at September 4th, 2023, over here, the column to the right is the date and time, and then the contact. Now, obviously, it's the phone number, so I just put the initials because that's what I chose to do. Suck it if you don't like it. So, starting from the bottom and going up, 1:40 a.m. and 53 seconds to be precise, Caden's mom calls Caden. He does not answer. Okay? At 1:43 a.m. and 23 seconds, she called her niece. Her niece did not answer. 1:44. She says, fuck this. I'm calling her sister, which is her niece's mom. And they get together, load up, whatever. She picks her up. I don't know who picked who up, but they go together and they go and start heading to pick up the niece. Okay. So now they call again, which I'm assuming must be when she got there to pick her up or whatever, because she originally called her at 1:44 and then called her again at 1:51, probably telling her, hey, I'm outside, or vice versa. Okay. Now, they live in Duncan, which is a good 45 minutes away without traffic. So, this timeline, you fucking rejects over here in the Slothless that think you are so smart, lines up perfectly to the minute. 2:42, she calls and wakes Caden up, and that's when she has the conversation with Caden, and she tells him, I've got your cousin, we're on the way back to the house, she's safe, she's good, you're off the hook. He goes back to sleep right after, okay? This is very important because where she pulled over, had her niece pull over at because she was tracking her on Find My iPhone and seen she was moving, told her to pull over because she didn't want her riding with somebody drunk, and got into her vehicle. The reason why this is important is because this was about 3 miles up the road from where Noah was, but it was past it. So they had to drive past where Noah was found at to get to said place, pick her up, and then turn around and go back. Okay, so at this time, 2:42 a.m., Noah was not walking, was not on the highway, was not anywhere in that vicinity, okay? So that means we have a even smaller window of when said incident happened, okay? Because Jack says 4 and says that Noah left, depending on who you ask, he left the party mad at 3 and 3:30, but over here in this fucking Sofa Sleuth group, Caden's mom is suspicious because she was at the same place that Noah was found at whenever he walked off. That's suspicious. No, what's suspicious is she was there 20 minutes before y'all said he walked off, and y'all are acting like it's relevant and like she, like she'd had to sit there and wait and stake out to see what happened. Why would she? First of all, and it shows. Okay, well, he wasn't here at this time because they drove by, coming and going, and there was nobody and no cars coming and going. It was dead. There was nobody in that window. Not a nothing. Okay, now moving on to the next. This is the video of them at 105. Blah blah blah. Okay, and now he's wearing these shorts at 105, the last time there's anything documented where you can see, he's not wearing white shorts. He's not wearing gray khaki shorts. He's wearing these black shorts, okay? Now, pretty much what I just told you. Except I'm going to add in what Caden describes and remembers when he got this phone call from his mom, what he seen in his surrounding area while he was on the phone and immediately when he hung up before he rolled over and went back to sleep, okay? This is not allegedly because I believe Caden and I'm going to state it as so, okay? 2:42 a.m. Caden's mom called him and woke him up to let him know she picked up his cousin and she was safe. 2:42. Caden said Jack and Noah and the girls were in the kitchen playing beer pong in the dining room, kitchen/dining room. Isaac was asleep in the corner in the recliner, and Brylan was on the couch messing with his phone. After he hung up with his mom, he immediately went right back to sleep. Okay? Now, Jackie Poo says him and Carter were in bed by 2. Well, first it was 11, then it was 11:30, then it was 1, and now it's 2. Well, almost 3, he's still playing beer pong, which shows that they're still drinking, they being Jack, Noah, and the girls, which means Logan, Carter, Avery, and Jasmine. They're still drinking, and they're still awake. Okay? Caden stopped drinking at 10 the night, or 11 the night before, so he's had a couple hours to start to sober up, and he's had about an hour, give or take, being woke up in between close to 2 hours of sleep so far at this point. Okay? And Noah is still present at 2:42. okay? And he's with Jack and the girls and Mikey. Isaac's already asleep. Caden's going back to sleep. And Brylan is laying on the couch messing with his phone, awake, okay? Now, this is very important. 3 o'clock, Jack claims Noah wrecked the side-by-side. So, for what we have documented, that as far as I'm concerned are fucking red words of the Bible, because I've seen Caden's phone data, I've seen his phone records, and I've seen his mom's phone records. All of it. Okay? His phone, he's at the places he's at when he says he's at them, and he is telling the truth based off of his knowledge, okay? Now, according to Jack, who's already in a bit of a pickle considering he says he was in bed at 2, but humor this, he could have been in bed at 2. Sometime in between 2 and 2:42 or 3 could have been when Noah went in there and teabagged him, and that's when he woke up and Carter said, look, I gotta look at this picture. Noah's teabagging you. And he snaps. Okay? He doesn't mention that. He kind of does in passing about, oh, Noah did something to me, but I was asleep. I didn't wake up. Like, and you can tell in his tone that he's a little salty about it still now. So I feel like that's way more important than people have made it out, especially considering he's just now this late in the game adding it to his fucking story. But I do think it is something important to him. I think it was the straw that broke the camel's back, so to say, in my opinion. Okay? But according to this text message, Jack says at 3 a.m., Noah wrecked the Polaris Ranger. And that he was washed, doesn't say showered, washed by Jasmine and Carter. Okay? So here's the screenshot of Jack. So all of these texts are going to be Jack. The one over there to the right and the blue is whoever's talking to him. But for the most part, these are all Jack's responses. Jack says, he wasn't beat up. You know I loved him more than anyone, and I want justice for him so bad. He deserves it, but I'm really thinking it had something to do with a hit and run. They said, what about him being in the shower? Jack says, so according to everyone that was awake, all of his close friends said that he wrecked my side-by-side I had there around 3. And he was super dirty and super drunk, so a couple of girls helped him in the shower. And then he got out and wanted to sleep in the one girl's bed, and she had said no, and that upset him, and he walked off. This is all according to Jack. Ariel. Oh, she's been pedaling with Lance Armstrong. He would not let me leave until he showed me all his favorite vape shops. Oh, God, God. Them fucking Armstrongs or something. I tell you what, man. Going to the moon and fucking winning medals and riding triathlons. Shit. Okay, so now we have the infamous selfie posted by Jasmine at 3:41 a.m. Okay? She is cheese dicking. I'm sorry, but not so. Like, she's not just kind of like fake smiling, like, oh my. She's fucking cheesing her natural ass off. Like, almost sarcastically, it's so fucking cheesy. Considering what it says, it's very off-putting, okay? I'm just gonna say it. I don't care how drunk you are. That is a bizarre thing to have together and say it's not fucking weird. Noah's missing. I'm wet. My hair is wet. My shirt's wet. I look like I've either been wet or I've been sweating. Regardless, I'm clearly smiling, which indicates that I'm happy or I'm not sad or anxious or worried. And I say, well, Noah is missing. Okay, well, Noah's missing. Like, that would imply that he had to be gone for a period of time and someone would have to have looked for him. and not been able to find him, because you can't, something can't be missing unless it's lost. And in order for it to be lost, that means you had to look for it and was unsuccessful finding it. So that means between 2:40 something, 2:42 and 3:41, so about an hour to the minute, Jack went to sleep, was in such a deep sleep that he didn't feel Noah come in there and get the keys. He stole the keys, got on the side by side, wrecked it, came back, was fine, was completely normal, didn't no problems, was showered with someone else, another male, allegedly Brylan was in the shower as well. He was given that shower and then fed Roman noodles and yogurt, and I would punch you in the face if you tried to feed me those two things. I don't give a damn how drunk you are. Are you crazy? Jesus. Anyways, fed him that, got dressed on him because he was running around, streaking, not wanting to put clothes on, put Jack's shorts on him, and then he tried to get in Avery's bed, and she said, no, why don't you go sleep on the floor with Logan again like you did last night? That pissed Noah off so bad that he couldn't even find his other shoe after he put the one on and said, fuck this, and picked up another shoe that's not even the same style, brand, size, or color, and said, I'm out this bitch, with no phone, no clothes, mismatching shoes, no hat, no wallet, and no flashlight, and just hit the fucking dirt road, the gravel road. And apparently Logan was outside, followed behind him, and watched him go down the dirt road until she couldn't see him anymore, and then came back inside and told Jasmine, and then Jasmine went in there and woke Jack up and said, Noah's missing, and he said, oh, it's okay. He'll be back, once he's probably laying in the middle of the field somewhere, and he'll be back when he gets hot. Oh, what? But still, you realize how many things I just said that we got to squeeze into there into 59 minutes, not even an hour, from 2:42 till 3:41. That is 59 minutes, y'all. That is a lot of fucking activity in 1 hour. And what happens in this hour that's documented and been confirmed by the family, who's confirmed it from OHP, 3:14 a.m., everything on social media, Snapchat, goes radio silent. Everything from the previous nights is deleted, and nothing is posted thereafter except this post right here. 3:14 a.m., radio silent. So that tells me whatever happened from 2:42 to 3:14. Now we got an even smaller window. What happened that fast, that quick? And it can't be all of those things in that hour. So y'all got to pick one that makes sense to me and stick with it, because I'm not buying any of it. I think there's a little nugget of truth in every one of those stories. And if we take a little bit of it and combine them all together, we'll get the whole story. But I think they're all lies as far as being the only thing that happened. I think there's a little, and when I say little, I mean the smallest details of those stories are true, and they can be cherry picked and put together, and you would be able to form the actual stories or the actual event that happened, in my opinion. Now, the problem is, we're not fucking psychics, and we weren't there, so how the fuck do we know what parts to pick and where to put them where? And here we are. We got scenario charades 101, and we just start removing this piece from here and putting it there and putting them together and moving them around like a Rubik's Cube until eventually it makes fucking sense. The police should be doing that, but they don't seem too inclined to care about what happened. They're quite the opposite, in my opinion, but that's another live stream, you fucking scroungy fucks. So, now, according to Jack, 4 o'clock a.m., Noah's dead. Don't know how he knows that. He says that he was told that by law enforcement. Law enforcement does not say that they told him that, and don't know where they would even got that to tell him. So, he, however, says it in writing. As you see, it says, the purple, blue, whatever on the right is Justin Roy, and the gray over to the left is Jack. Okay? Jack says, man, I seen him on scene. I found him. This is Jack. He wasn't beat. He wasn't beat him on his face, and the cops ruled out him being beat. But Justin, I'd really tell the cops if I knew anything. I went to sleep early because I was going fishing with my dad. Justin says to Jack, I know what a beat up face looks like, and the back of his head was smashed. What time is early, bro? How early? Jack says, I went to bed a little before 1. What? A little before 1. Well, that contradicts what you said before that, and the after that, and in between that, and what we have documented of what you were doing when Kaden woke up. Which are time stamped. So that's bizarre. Like, it wouldn't be suspicious of you being there because it was a party and you're supposed to be there, but it is suspicious that you're lying about what you were doing at said times, which now leaves me no choice but to be suspicious of you, Jackie Pooh. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, so he says, I went to bed a little before 1. He passed away around 4. Walked away from the house around 3:30, according to everyone there. But I seen him. He wasn't beat up. Maybe I can do it in the rock analysis and it will tell us what happened. Shut the fuck. Yeah, maybe the fucking crack rock. So, now, 5:15 a.m. Kaden wakes up to Jack bursting through the door saying, Noah is dead. Noah is dead, guys. Brylan and Mikey had switched sleeping spots sometime after Kaden went back to sleep after the phone call with his mom. Mikey was originally on the floor and Brylan was on the couch, but at 5:15, they were swapped. Mikey now being on the couch and Brylan now being on the floor. Okay? This could be nothing, but to me, it implies that sometime in between 2:42 and 5:15, they were up, moving around, doing something, and then they went back to sleep in different spots. So they clearly hadn't been sleeping the whole time because they weren't in the same positions. Okay? So what were Brylan and Mikey doing in between 2:42 and 5:15? Asking for a friend. Now, Hayden looks for his shoes, only finds one, so he goes without the other shoe, and him and the other 3 boys, Mikey, Brylan, and Isaac, get into his Jeep and drive to the scene behind Jack, and Jack is in his own truck. There's a semi already on scene, a service truck, and Jack's truck when Kaden pulls up. Jack gets out of his truck and is just staring at Noah's body. The service truck driver walks up and starts talking to Jack. Kaden has never seen the semi-truck driver. Kaden walks up to Noah's body about 10 to 15 feet away from it, and Noah is very much so visibly underneath the shining of the headlights from the semi-truck that's parked in front with the headlight shining on it. Noah is wearing black shorts, okay? The same black shorts that he's wearing from the videos from a few hours earlier that he had on at the party house. Kaden noticed Noah had on his missing shoe that he couldn't find, which was a Hey Dude gray size 12. Kaden described Noah as laying there, being contorted. He walks back towards his Jeep, and Isaac is crying his eyes out, so he consoles him, gives him a hug, and then goes to the back of his Jeep to get a shop blanket to cover Noah up. When he was walking back towards Noah's body, that's when they were told to leave. The service truck driver told them to get the fuck out of there. Kaden said, yes, sir. They loaded up and left. Kaden stays on scene with the service truck driver. Not Kaden, Jack. Sorry. Jack stays. Kaden, Isaac, and Brylan and Mikey leave. Okay? Now, this was probably between 5:25-ish, because it was boom, boom, boom. 5:15, they looked for a shoe for a minute, and then immediately they got in the truck. So somewhere between 5:20 and 5:25, and by 5:30, no doubt, they were back at the house. They being Brylan, Isaac, Caden, and Mikey. Caden and the rest of the boys get back to the house, and they go inside and sit down in the living room, and Caden said he could hear the girls crying in the back room. The girls being Avery, Carter, Logan, and Jasmine. So they're not sleeping. They're all awake. And they're crying, which implies they already knew something had went on. This is not 6:53. This is not 7. This is not 8. This is at 5:30-ish a.m. Okay? They go inside and sit down. Caden said the boys, being Mikey, Isaac, and Brylan, went right back to sleep like nothing happened. They got back in the spots they were in, and they went right back to sleep. Now, let that fucking sink in. I understand, yeah, they had just fell asleep, I'm sure, and I'm sure we're probably drunker than Cooter Brown. However, at what point does being a human override all of that? I would be flipping the fuck out. Sleep would not be in my it would not be anything even plausible for days after seeing that and experiencing that. So, the boys go to sleep, except Caden. Caden turns on the TV to try to get his mind off of what he had just seen and watch TV for 30 minutes to an hour. The girls start coming out of the room, and the boys are still asleep, minus Caden. And Caden and Logan watch TV together for a little while. Renee and her husband, which is Jasmine's parents. Jasmine is the 341 Snapchat cheesy cheese dicking girl, okay, which is also the nurse, okay, as well as Stephanie, which is Jasmine's sister, and her boyfriend arrive at the house right as dawn was approaching. So the sun wasn't up, but it was starting to get light outside. Everyone starts cleaning up the beer cans because they didn't want anyone to get in trouble for the underage drinking. As they're throwing away beer cans, Renee asks where the guns are at. Caden said they went and grabbed the guns and brought them to Renee. She takes the guns and tells the boys they need to take the beer home with them. Caden puts the beer into a cooler and loads the cooler up into his Jeep. Caden takes the boys home, and then he goes home himself. And he gets home between 8 and 8:30 a.m. Now, this is a Facebook post that was posted on April 29th, 2024 by Renee Mellon, Jasmine's mom. And it reads as follows. I have no clue where people get their info from, with the smacking my forehead emoji. No, I didn't clean up anything at the house, period. Which I arrived at almost 7, period. Actually, when I pulled up and things were being picked up, I told them it's pointless, comma. The cops will know this was a party, period. After talking to a few of them, I told them that they would be the first ones investigated because they were the last ones to see him alive, period. Secondly, talk of me removing guns is being made into something it's not, period. The kids that were leaving said they had a few guns in their vehicles, period. Don't know what kind because I'm not a gun person, but all I know is big ones. So I put them in my vehicle to take where they belonged, period, parentheses. Guns were never thought to be the cause of death at the time or any time thereafter, parentheses, period. I never told anyone to leave the house. The house was never cleaned with anything at all because, to my knowledge, the house wasn't cleaned for weeks to make sure that law enforcement didn't need to come back for anything, period. Homeowner's decision, not mine. Period. The time Jazz called me would have to be between 5:45 and 6 a.m., period. Takes me about 40 to 45 minutes to get to Terrell. I had enough time to jump up, get dressed, and drive straight there, period. Now, 911 calls. There's one at 5:50 a.m., truck driver. Then there's also one at 5:46. Now I've heard 5:50, 5:53. Regardless, there were between 5:46 and 5:53. There was 911 calls made, and both by the name of Tyler. Coincidentally, does Tyler have two phones, or is there really two Tylers? I don't know. That's up for you to be the judge of. However, a little coincidental. So Jack texts his dad at 5:53 about a fishing trip to his father, Caleb. Okay. Now here's posts that Caleb has made publicly and deleted. Sucks to suck, because man, you can't delete my screenshots. However, I digress. Now, this was probably April, May-ish of this year. Okay, he says, this is Caleb, Jack's father. Everyone that I've asked has advised me to social media silence, because every comment or piece of info is met with attacks, no matter how valid, but here's mine. We had a plan to fish that morning with me, my son, my dad. We were supposed to meet at my house at 6:30 a.m. My son texted me at 5:53 saying he'd overslept a bit and he'd meet us at the ramp, and to bring him a hat because he couldn't find his. To my knowledge, I don't think he knew Noah was even missing yet. Then about 6:05 a.m., I got a call no parent ever wants to get. It was short and hard to understand, but he had driven up on Noah, and there was already a couple vehicles there that had made the 911 calls. I called my dad and told him about the call, and he said, come pick me up and on the way, and we drove straight there. By the time we arrived, there were several law enforcement and fire rescue on the job. I went to console my son. Yes, I was on scene. Then it was being treated as an accident, not a crime scene. We were all trying to piece together what happened. I had been on scene just a few minutes when I called to tell his dad. It wasn't until the medical examiner got there and told Highway Patrol that his injuries weren't extensive enough to have been a car strike. Then the scene was cleared and processed. I went with Highway Patrol to inspect the UTV, but there were no signs of damage or cleaning it. It was still very dusty. It's an old UTV. If it tipped, it was minor enough to not leave scratches. Just a couple of days later, I was called in the interview with Highway Patrol, told everything I knew, and gave them my phone to pull anything they wanted. I was told then that they knew he wasn't beaten, but they didn't think it was a car strike either. That's the most info that's been told to me, and this is all complete locked in facts. Now, my opinion is I've known this group of kids for years. They're great kids, and I don't in any way think any of his friends had the character to hurt each other or even be too scared to call for help if there was an accident they knew of. To me, they are innocent until I'm told otherwise. Another note, my brother-in-law lost his life hitting a parked car in my UTV a little over a year ago. Why that's brought up, I have no idea. His accident was actually caught on my neighbor's yard cam. Not even going to talk about the statements. We're just going to keep it rolling. What the fuck? That's all I'm going to say. Okay. Now, Caleb, in a conversation with somebody, he says, I was with my dad headed to the lake when I got the call at 6 a.m. Well, over here, he says that he was at the house and he had to go get his dad, and he had to call his dad and go get his dad. And, so I guess like father, like son, he just can't manage to remember what he said the last time. So he's just winging it and just fucking shit up because he's not even trying at this point. Keep notes. If you're going to be a liar, at least keep notes. Come on, put some effort into at least trying to be a good liar. I mean, this is just terrible. Sloppy. Okay. Here is a page from the autopsy report that says the truck driver was on scene at 5:53 and that the first state trooper arrived on the scene at 6:18 a.m. And between 7:15 a.m. around-ish, Noah's brother and father, which is Dalen and Victor Presgrove, arrive on the scene. Okay, now we're going to jump back over here.
Okay, and see again, that might in that timeline make sense. Because if that person has no idea what time 911 was called and that molar comes out of your head, then what good am I to you?
No. Yeah. I just want to do that other part again because I remember now what time it was. I just want to make sure it's correct because I don't want to get
Just repeat it.
crucified here. So a witness came forward and told us that at 4:48 a.m. they were driving home from work and they saw 3 people on an ATV right where Noah was, which we thought was interesting, where he was found.
Okay, and see again, that might in that timeline make sense. Because if that person has no idea what time 911 was called and they don't have a dog in this fight, it bleeds right into, hey, this is before he was found and 911 was called the first time.
Yeah. And then what was interesting, too, is that we were told by Caden Pressey when we interviewed him that earlier on, I don't know what time, but way earlier on, when they were driving around in the side-by-side, they did jump the railroad tracks. And nothing happened, though. So, and if you look, when we were down there, how railroad tracks are just kind of like elevated above the ground a little bit, and there's usually like a slope up to them and a slope down, and there was farmland right behind it, and then you have a slope down, then you have the shallow shoulder, and then Highway 81's right there.
Well, it's funny because Dr. Laura Petler and I told her that. I said, I can see railroad tracks from the one photograph of the markings on the highway. And I said, that might be why his skull had that impression, because those tracks, if he hit it just perfect, again, if he fell off and then they panicked and said, hey, we got it. And they kept going, right? Because perpetual motion, they went a little further. They're now toward the highway. Did they go get him and try to carry him down? Is that when the shorts came off? Like, I don't know.
Exactly.
This is why they should go back and they should measure everything and they should take that impression and they should go back and say, hey, you're not going to believe this. But the 4x2 is making sense to me right now.
Okay, so I wish I could be more detailed, however, I cannot. But I will tell you that that is not how the shorts came off. And that's all I can say right now. If you know, you know. If you've heard, you've heard. That's not how the black shorts came off. Now, why Rob and Cindy are not taking the time to say what they know as far as how the black shorts came off, I don't know. Probably the same reason why I'm not. However, they know too. So, I'm just going to leave it at that for the sake of keeping not jeopardizing anything that could be in the works. But I'm just going to say that is not how the black shorts came off. And I digress.
Yeah. Yeah. And he had like clumps of grass inside the hay dudes as well.
Right.
Which I thought was interesting too.
Me too.
What could that be from?
Again, if you look at from the railroad track to the street, if they were carrying him and one foot was dragging because they had the other one and maybe had the shorts and that's where the shorts came off. Again, who knows? But he supposedly had 2 different types of gravel, one in the shoulder, one in the buttocks. That should have been taken from the scene. I would have scooped up gravel from the road if I thought the railroad tracks were involved at all and that had gravel up there, which usually it's a little bit larger gravel, but whatever.
Yeah, it's big chunks of rocks.
I would take that too, though. And I would at least be able to show this doesn't match or this does. No question. I would also, let me say it again. I'm sorry, y'all. I would have also scanned that whole area. Do I see any tracks from an ATV? You can see the impression in grass. It's not hard. Is
Yeah.
any fresh?
Yeah,
then
and now you can't do that
It's
because
all
they have
corn.
because they have a cross there. A lot of people have been walking in there. It's like a little memorial for Noah there. So it's completely not intact. But if you look beyond just the left to the right of it, it's pretty grassy. Big
yeah.
clump.
Sure. But again, all of that should have been done.
Yeah. Mm.
What advice do you have for the family on how to deal with law enforcement at this point?
Well, I spoke to them at length just last night for the last time, and then we texted a little bit this morning because, again, I didn't want to say anything and them not know what I was going to say. I wanted them to understand with my limited visual report, which I don't have anything except the markings of where he was on the highway and then the autopsy report. I think they're doing the right thing. I think that they need to keep communication open with law enforcement. It is difficult not to get angry. It is difficult not to get impatient, but this is a long game. This isn't a quick, easy fix. It might take time for somebody at that party to mature a little bit. They might be scared to death at 17. They're not going to be at 23. It might take somebody, hey, I got in trouble for this, but I'm going to give them that to get out of trouble. It could be that they just collectively say, y'all, we have got to come forward and let everybody know nothing happened to him. This is not a murder. This is not a cover-up. And then explain what did happen. This was not some magical, hey, just, there's no way to say it politely.
Yeah.
Again, law enforcement has the brunt of the responsibility here, not this family.
Yeah.
So again, my advice to them was to be patient, work it the way they need to work it, keep the case alive, keep talking to people. I mean, they've got my personal cell phone if there is ever anything I can answer for them. But again, it's going to be limited.
Yeah.
I don't need to have.
Yeah, I have a question for you because when we went down there, because they were talking about, they said there was a blood stain there and there's like a spray paint mark around it right now. But how long would blood be on asphalt?
Asphalt is porous. It's going to seep in immediately. If you've ever been anywhere where you're hiking and you pour water, it just almost goes away immediately.
Okay, because there's still a red mark there, which I think is probably some sort of fluid from a car that's stained it. Because it's
been a time with wind and rain and flooding, and I'd like to see it.
Yeah, It didn't look like. I mean, I looked at it. I actually touched it. I mean, it's like I couldn't even scrape it.
Yeah.
It was literally stained in there, and that to me looked like some sort of automotive fluid, something like that, transmission fluid that stains. I know what that looks like when it stains concrete.
Think of how many murders have occurred in New York City on the sidewalks.
Exactly.
Yeah. Never seen blood.
No.
Exactly.
So that's all I can tell you.
What do you think about, speaking about the blood, the fact that there was really not a whole lot of blood at the scene? All internal damage, yeah.
Internal damage, 100%. Looks like a hinge injury. I mean, he's bleeding out of both of his ears. Most of the things are bilateral. Again, that's why I think at some point he was run over. I do. I mean,
do you think he could have been hit in the head with something and then get run over?
There's a possibility, and that's why I'm saying I would like to see the crime scene reconstruction, because when you're talking about multiple head injuries, because your head is going to be moving, right? And if you're hit on something like a railroad track or a roadway, whatever's hitting you is hitting you, and so is the roadway. So you're going to have multiple injuries, there's no doubt. And if you're turned even just a little bit. But when you look at both shoulders, both lungs, and 10 ribs, something hit him straight away at the same time. That wasn't a golf club. It wasn't a baseball bat. It wasn't a shotgun. That is something that can do a powerful impression injury. And when you've got that pattern on his back that is circular with an unknown black substance, it sounds like.
Yeah. Yeah. Very well could be. Well, we always like our first impression, that it was an accident, that and the young kids at the party freaked out and didn't know what to do.
Yep.
And then just either left him there or kind of staged it. You know, because we had, I don't know if you know who Stuart Fillmore, retired FBI. We had him on a couple weeks ago.
Sure.
First thing he said was, he goes, he looks like he was just placed there based upon what he saw, you know, and everything like that. And that's kind of like when you look at it and the way they have it, when we went down there, we're actually physically at the scene. That's kind of how it looked too, because it was off the road.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, I personally don't think he was hit by a car going down that road. I think he was put there after he was hit by something. And I do think he was hit with something in the back of the head. Just from looking at that.
He could have. But then he's supposedly at the house. He now takes a shower. They feed him. He gets mad. He leaves, and somebody tracks him down and hits him. And then he goes a little bit further and dies. And then that doesn't explain all the other injuries. So again, even if he's hit in the head, let's say with a golf club, how did the other injuries occur, and how did he get to where he got without all of these 12 people knowing it and seeing it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, his injuries, 10 that are fatal, move from that spot. And I'm telling you, if you take somebody in a car and drive them a mile and toss them on the side of the road, their molar ain't there. Their hair ain't there. It's not. Is right where something major happened to him.
Yeah. No, I agree. It's definitely, it's a gigantic puzzle. It's confusing.
It's a puzzle that they could put together if they wanted to.
Yeah. Yeah.
But again, they had the photographs.
I know
how he looked when they got there. They know exactly from the autopsy what the injuries look like. They know exactly, right, what that pattern on his back looks like. I don't have the ability or the good fortune to see it. I would do anything if I could see it, then I could give a little more information. But I know that the people that have it could, and I think that it would be great if they would block out a day and sit with the family with the case file right there and answer anything they could that would not jeopardize anything future.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope for the family's sake that it was just an accident and not something sinister. Because I think that's going to be harder for them to accept.
Yeah.
Well, I will say this, Cindy. I don't see how it was anything sinister for him to be where he was. Unless somebody tracked him down and beat him right there and then left. But again, this does not look like a beating. On his back, if somebody had a golf club, there would be lines. It would be clear that he was struck with an object.
Even if it would, what if they just hit him in the back of the head?
But that doesn't explain the lungs.
No, I know.
No, I know.
So, I mean, if he was hit in the back of the head and then run over to make it look like a hit and run, that's what I think might have happened.
And that's
like maybe someone hit him in the back of the head, didn't realize they killed him. Like, oh my God, didn't realize. Like, you're mad and you hit someone in the back of the head, you don't realize the damage you're doing. That's potentially possible. But
we have to explain the other injuries.
Right, which I think he was run over by something that, maybe that was a way to say, oh, he got hit by something. I don't know. It just, something feels off to me about all of it. I just think if it was just an accident, just say that and give this family some peace.
Yeah.
But, you're young and scared. Think how many people have a really good friend OD. They roll up at the hospital, toss them out and peel off.
Yeah.
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah.
It's true.
All the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. With the way they were partying and documenting every single thing, there's no way they didn't document that crash. All laughing, showing the ATV on its side or upside down.
That's what I was saying.
That's what we were saying too.
That's what I was saying.
Even the shower, they were writing on his naked body. If they gave him a shower together,
no, he was naked, just on his.
No, on his. They were writing on his butt. Oh. They were drawing on his butt, and they filmed it. They filmed them drawing his butt. So if he's in a shower taking a shower and he's wasted, why isn't someone filming that?
Well, they did. I saw the picture of his fanny with all their names written on it.
No, I know, but in the actual shower, why did?
Sure. Or right after.
Right.
Agreed.
That's the part I don't understand, because it's like, here you are drawing on his butt, but you're not going to take a picture of him taking a shower or film him taking a shower. You would have been laughing. Like, we have to give him a shower, you know? I mean, I don't know. That part doesn't sit with me. I don't.
Well, the other part that doesn't sit with me is you claim you fed him. If he is as injured can't even talk. Sorry, y'all. If he is as injured as I believe that he was initially and intoxicated, I don't think he wanted anything to eat. I don't think he asked for anything to eat. I think that's a weird thing to say. Like, you're caring for him. You're trying to prove to everybody you were caring for him. So again, there's a lot of things that need to be cleared up, y'all.
Yeah, and who knows who's going to be talking, because there's a lot of jockeying for position as far as narratives. You know, how you have you have the victim's family, they're an open book trying to figure out what's going on. Then you have the people that hosted the party. I mean, they lawyered up very quickly. Mm-hmm. And they, and I understand that part of it, someone, sure. And, liability wise, they have to protect their assets. They have to protect themselves. So I get that. But I just thought it was interesting that was the first reaction, and not like reaching out to the family, right, trying to find answers. If it truly was an accident, it's almost like their gag reflex was like, oh, we're going to get in trouble for this. So let's immediately go on the defense. Mm-hmm. So I find that weird a little bit, because
I don't know their situation, but I've heard that people that have a lot of money or a lot of assets, that is their knee-jerk reaction.
Yeah.
I mean, I can understand that part if they didn't really know Noah and their kids had a party. Someone ends up dead, you're like, oh my God, now I'm going to be responsible. I have to get a lawyer. I understand that part. What I don't understand is all the hate that the family has been getting on social media from that side, and not helping trying to figure out what happened.
And again, I haven't been privy, y'all, I'm sorry, I don't know why I can't talk right this minute.
It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I have not been privy to seeing any of that. I know that I was told there's lots of threats, lots of, really ugly things being said. I know y'all been threatened.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
As far as, I wish the family wouldn't even be on social media, if you want to know the truth.
Well,
help them at all.
They really aren't.
No,
they aren't. I mean, they aren't publishing anything on social media, and they, I think early on they may have responded, but they're not doing any of that. It's like, it's an organism as in itself right now. It's kind of taken a life of its own.
Yeah. I mean, reading the trash. I mean, they should just save themselves. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. I most of them don't read it.
Good.
Most of them don't read it. They just ignore it. They like, this is just noise and it's stupid. But it's stupid. Everyone's really brave behind a keyboard. It's dumb.
Oh, of course. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But this is a situation where you look at those pictures of him and you just say, man, I mean, he just graduated from high school. He's got everything in the world ahead of him. He's cute. He's fun, obviously well liked and loved. And it's just pitiful. It is
absolutely heartbreaking. And after meeting everybody down there, I literally cried every day talking to them. It's just, so many people love this boy. It's so sad. It's really sad.
Worked a case with you, and I walked with you day after day. And that one night we did a night scene, and I know you lead with your heart on these things. I mean, you got so emotional even that night. And Maureen O'Connell and I talked about it, and I said, you know what? Every single case deserves that reaction. Because if you can get to a point where you are as heartbroken as the people that are related to these victims, now we're going to get something done. Because you and Rob, on your own dime, have done so much. And people don't even know it.
No.
People don't know it. They're like, oh, you got a podcast. That's cool. Oh, you're videotaping and you get to talk to people like Maureen O'Connell, and y'all are so lucky. They don't know that you take your own time and your own money, and sometimes like right after Thanksgiving, before Christmas, when you didn't have a boatload of it, and you do it anyway because you believe in it. And I think this is a situation where I told the family last night, I told both of them, I said, listen, I know what Rob and Cindy are about. And I know if there's anything that can be done, they're going to do it. And I am right here to help them if I can with the limited physical evidence that we have and the limited things that were done forensically. But again, I just appreciate y'all. And I just wanted to say that out loud for anybody that was listening.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank
Right
you,
back
Mac.
at
we
you.
We love you too. You're amazing. I mean, honestly, it's such an honor to work with you on that, Molly and Colt. And now, if you can help us with this,
Yeah,
it really is.
Because it's so confusing, and it just we literally, our phones are lighting up since we started this every day, like at least 10 or 12 times a day.
I was told about 20 years ago by Chief Eddie Moody that homicide ain't ever complicated, that this ain't Agatha Christie. And if it is complicated, it's because somebody did not do their job.
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, I think that might be the case. And like we love OHP. We love the guys down there. But I just think that it just wasn't done the proper way in the beginning, especially when they knew that it looked suspicious. Like you said, it should have been treated like, a suspicious death. And when you have that, it's a totally different ballgame.
Well, let me say this. If it was a naked woman on the side of the road, it wouldn't have been suspicious. It would have been worked as a homicide.
Really?
Why would a 19-year-old boy be any different? He should.
No.
So why do you think? Why do you think it would have been treated differently if it was a naked 19-year-old girl?
Well, think about it. Why would a woman be naked? Your automatic thought would be what?
Rape.
Rape. So you already have a crime. And now she's on the side of the road dead and naked. Obviously, you're going to work that as a homicide. Why would you not do that for a 19-year-old boy? You should. So if I were to ask you, hey, I got a 19-year-old girl on the side of the shoulder of Highway 81, dead, looks like she's got a bunch of injuries, but not a whole lot of blood, and she's naked. Homicide. Homicide till you can prove different. Possibly a sexual assault. So we're going to handle it that way. Just because you change gender does not mean you go, well, it was probably an accident. He probably fell out of a truck. It doesn't add up. So I'm just saying again, work it as worst case scenario until you see, oh no, I get it now between the witnesses, the injuries, the statements. I get what happened here. Well, we don't have that yet after a year or more. So
last question. The medical examiner's report, it was released in May, like almost 8-9 months later. Why do you think, because they don't have to release that, do they? Why do you think they released it, and why didn't they make available to at least, because Noah's family has a medical examiner in the family, and she requested the photographs and she was denied. So I'm just saying.
It's going to be denied if it's still open. So it doesn't matter what she does for a living. If it's still in any way an open investigation, they're going to keep what they would be, consider evidentiary value later, right? They can release an autopsy. I mean, most states, that's under public information. You can get that just like you can get a death certificate. Maybe they thought, well, this will appease them. This will answer enough, and everybody will be satisfied.
But it actually created more questions.
Of course it did. Of course it did. Because, again, you're talking about majority civilians. You're talking about people that don't understand what you're saying and what you're not saying. And when you give somebody something as a final report, this is the best I can do for you, and it's undetermined.
Yeah.
Come on. You don't even know what happened.
Exactly.
How am I supposed to know what happened? Police can't even agree. So again, you left this family with what? Nothing but questions, hon. I mean, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh, well. Well, listen, thank you so much for your time.
Mac.
Of course.
And definitely we're probably going to be looping you in on some other questions we have as the more information we get. And then, but once again, appreciate your brain and your tenacity.
And your experience and your...
I'm happy Talk to y'all anytime. And again, if you want me and Maureen to come walk around and see,
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
that's coming.
That's happening.
let me know.
That's coming.
I'd be
You
honored.
guys,
That's happening. We'll be in touch.
all right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Next up, we have another awesome PowerPoint put together by Miss Lindy J. And this is an updated, detailed explanation of injuries obtained or sustained by Noah Presgrove based off of the autopsy report. So we have multiple blunt force injuries. Okay, so first up we have head and neck. External examination. Head, number 1, abraded avulsion laceration on the top left of the head. The left top of the head, there is a 4-inch by 2-inch wound having a fish-like appearance where the skin was forcibly ripped or torn off due to blunt trauma. That exposed the bone on the left fronto-peripheral scalp. Oh, look at you, girl. Look at him. Look, and everybody thinks I need Ruben. I just need Miss Lindy J. Okay. A clump of Noah's hair was found within one of the lanes of the highway several feet from Noah. Another clump of hair without blood or tissue was found on Noah's right buttocks. Okay. Now the pictures that you see are the first one at the top that you see the measurements where you see the 2 and the 4. That is the one that the retired coroner and that was on the podcast a couple of times. Her name's Jody. She did a scale based off of the description of the avulsion and drew that based off of the way that she felt it was described. And then underneath it, there is a D7 golf club, and there is a wood golf club. Okay, it's very, 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 very hard to deny that those two things look similar in shape, size, and knowing what we know about golf clubs and what they do specifically, you know, a driver, so to say, if you like miss the ball and hit the grass, it kind of like will, you know, scalp it in a sense. Okay, now we also have this little nugget that we got from the podcast that Mikey says, from what he's seen at the scene, that he had a real life scenario that he could compare it to from when him and his friends used to beat raccoons with golf clubs. It would scalp them, and it looked identical to the injury that Noah had when he seen him on the scene. Let that sink in all of its entirety. Again, trigger warning. This is not from Noah's autopsy. These are not Noah. These are pictures on Google, but they are pictures of described injuries so that you can get a visualization of what they looked like, since you can't get that from the autopsy. So, trigger warning. If you have a weak stomach, I would probably check out for the night because it's icky. Next, we have the face and neck. Lying immediately under and below the avulsion wound were scrapes down the front left side of Noah's face and neck. That's what's over here in this image where you see red, the dark red at the top of the head. That is where the scalping, the avulsion injury, and then the light dots going down the side by his eye, then on the ear and the neck. Those are the ones that are being described Those are where they were as far as not necessarily in the size. That's just where they were in location. So they're on the side of the eyebrow, the corner of the left eye, the left cheek, the front of the left ear, and then there is associated tears of the antyliacs and the concha and the left side of the neck. And the ones that are highlighted in pink over here on this diagram, those are the places of the ear that Noah had scrapes or scrapes is the way it's described. So those two little pink dots, and that's where he had scrapes. And it's all on the left side. That's something worth noting. Yes, again, shout out to Miss Lindy J. She is the bomb diggity. And she's like just amazing for doing this again, and I can only imagine the amount of time that she put in this, but this is the reason, the only reason, not because of the actual autopsy report, that I have any idea like what the autopsy actually means and actually can comprehend it, because she breaks it all the way down for dum-dums like me that don't understand all the medical talk, like, you know, a tragus and a logo, and then she even made it again and fixed it where yeah, I can sound out the words. So Blutimus. Okay, so now we have scrapes on the back of Noah's right side, okay? There are two dots on the top. Those are the back of the neck. Okay, all this red up here. And then all where you see those red spots, those are where he has some kind of scrapes, bruising, or, you know, something of worthy of noting in the autopsy based off of the way it's described, okay? Now it says behind the right ear, which you can see, and the back of neck. Yes, BCAS. She said around 5:45 and 6. Pretty vague. But yes, that is correct. Okay, mouth. The upper and lower teeth were broken, with few fragments found inside Noah's mouth. Noah had scrapes on the inside of his upper lip and a cut or tear on the inside of his lower lip, which is the midline mucosa. Noah had a cut and tear on the bottom left side of his tongue. And these cuts and scrapes are probably from his broken teeth and biting his tongue when he was hit in the mouth or head. Now, internal examination. The head. Subcutaneous. Oh, look at this. Girl, look at me looking all smart and young. You better quit. I'm never going to have need Reuben again if I ever did done heard something such a thing. Sorry. Subcutaneous scalp hemorrhages. Hair flip. I'm hair flipping. Noah had bruising of the scalp. Okay. Now, the first diagram at the top, what she has highlighted in pink or purple, whichever you choose to see it, that is the ones that are relevant to Noah. What is listed as in the autopsy are the ones that she has the pink dots, and then the word itself is highlighted in pink as well, or purple, whichever. We'll just say purple. Pink, purple. Okay. Now, the yay. Okay. So, subgaleal. Oh man, look at this. Subgaleal hemorrhages. Noah also had bleeding in the space between the scalp and the skull in the following regions of the head: the parietal, the occipital, and the temporal on both sides, and the left front. Okay. So, this is the left view over here on the left, and then this to the right is the side view. It is where there is hearts is where magenta. Okay, magenta. Touche. So the pink dots are where there's bruising, and the hearts are where there's bleeding. Is that correct, Miss Lindy J? Okay, so the hearts are bleeds, and the S's are fractures. Let me move this. Okay, yeah. So the hearts are bleeds, and the little fracture looking things, those are fractures. That's awesome. So the left temporalis muscle laceration and hemorrhage. Noah's temporalis muscle was torn and bleeding. The temporalis muscle, this is right here where it's magenta. And as you can see, it's pretty deep in there. Like there's several layers you got to go through to have a laceration in the muscle and a hemorrhage, which means it was torn and bleeding. Just to kind of put into perspective the amount of trauma or force that would have had to have occurred to Noah's head directly for that to have happened. It's not just a little bump, Okay, so now we have skull fractures of the left. There's a parietal temporal bone and the frontal bone. And this was likely caused by the blow that caused his avulsion wound. They all sit on top of each other. The hearts are brain bleeds, and the red squiggle is fractures. So over here we have bleeding and fractures on top of each other. Bleeding, and fractures, and then bleeding. And then this is an actual with it labeled where you can see it all highlighted in magenta. You can see the fractures and the bleeding it's all like they're all, like she said, they all sit on top of each other. So not only did it bruise and damage the brain muscle, it also broke the bones, the temporal bones that protect it. So that is some extensive blunt force impact of some extreme incident. Something happened that was brutal to cause just these alone. This is you're not just going to bump your head and get these type of injuries. Not all of them. Maybe one of them, but all of them. I mean that's bad. Basal skull fractures. Oh, shoes. Blah, blah, blah. All right, let me before somebody has a meltdown. Okay. We have. I'm gonna drown this fucking Cellini. Noah had basal base skull fractures that split the middle base of the skull into two. Anterior front and posterior back, not left to right. Now, think about that for a second. So, she has this labeled, as you see, the purple where it says anterior cranial. That's where these two purple spots are on each side. Okay? Where it's green right here, that's the frontal, the ethmoid, and the symphonoid. Okay, then you have the middle cranial, which is in blue, and then the outer layer, the posterior, is in pink or magenta. Okay, well, where the three are highlighted here is also, oh, the hinge fracture. This is specifically Noah's hinge fractures. Okay, the purple where you see, that is where it was completely separated. Oh, okay, this is a progressive thing. So sorry. That is absolutely disgusting. However, it's necessary. Brr. Fractures extended to the left temporal and sphenoid bones, and around the occipital bone. This is known as a hinge fracture. Noah also had bleeding from both ears, which is common with a hinge fracture. This is a drawing and autopsy photograph of a hinge fracture pattern. Not Noah's, just one from Google, you guys. And I hope you don't want to look at it too long because I can't. Moving on. Take a screenshot and go back. I can't do it. Thank you so much. Okay. Now, Noah had additional and separate fractures of the occipital bone extending into the edges of the foramen magnum, which is the hole in the base of the skull that allows the brain stem to exit and become the spinal cord. Noah's occipital condyles, which are the bony structure on the base of the skull on either side of the brain stem, were also fractured. So this is a occipital condyle fracture. And then we have the bilateral occipital condyle fracture. And then this is pertaining to Noah's injuries and where they were. And you can see in magenta, it's labeled and color coded and all pretty. And I would highly recommend, if you are interested in this kind of stuff and like to do your own research, to pause and screenshot so that you can save these together later. Or if you would like, and you email me or have my email or talk to me on Messenger, I can actually send you a copy of this if you'd like, and you can look over it yourself, or however you'd like. I just encourage you to look at all the gross stuff, like, because it's very, 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 very telling. Like, and it changes your perspective when you can actually see it, even though it's not specifically, the pictures of Noah and his injuries. It helps put a understanding of, the 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 extent of what had to have happened. The things that just simply couldn't happen, and the things that had to have happened for these to have been present, if that makes sense. Like, this was not, this was bad. Okay. Brain injuries. Subdural hemorrhage, 20 milliliters. Noah had bleeding in the space between the first and second protective layers surrounding the brain. Bilateral subarachnoid hemorrhage. Noah had a brain bleed which caused blood to collect between the second and third protective layers surrounding the brain. Noah's brain was swollen with tears to the lower surface of the left temporal lobe, the brain stem, the midbrain, pons, medulla, and the cerebral vessels. Now, brain, this is where it's at in proximity, where you see the red dots, the bleeding above the skull, the bleeding under the skull, and there's bleeding around the brain. So, I mean, it was just bleeding everywhere. Inside out, in the middle, in between. It was bad. Bad, bad, bad. And there was damage to the brain tissue. There was damage to the outside layers, the inside layers, the brain itself. It was just very, very fatally damaged. Like the lady said that on the podcast, 10 life-ending fatal injuries listed in the autopsy. 10. So that means 10 of those things by themselves would have ended Noah's life, and they all are present, okay? So at some point, not knowing which stop barking, you blah 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 blah. Humana. Now, post-mortem x-rays. Noah had cervical neck fractures at C1, C2, C6, and C7. Noah's C1 and occipital condyles were misaligned. The occipital condyles are two rounded bones like knots that form a joint within the first cervical vertebrae. They form the connection between the skull and the vertebral column. This connection at the base of Noah's skull was out of alignment. Noah had error in his cranial cavity and his spinal canal. So this is the cervical spine, and this is the skull and the cervical spine, and this is where Noah had fractures at. C1, C2, C6, C7. So the first two at the top and the second two on the bottom. And they seem to be on one, right. So we got left, right, middle, and then left. So they're not kind of favoring one side like the other injuries. They're kind of, here, left, right, middle, left. Okay. Now, there's a bone. This is the bone linking to the neck, to the skull, and it's broken. Okay. The neck is broken at the C1 and displaced from the skull, so it was detached, the bone itself. So we have the hinge fracture where the skull is separated, and also the neck is broken and displaced from the skull. Okay, guys, I am not trying to be graphic here, but you got to think about what it takes for that to happen. Just Google it, I'll say, because it's not anything Mickey Mouse. What this was bad. Now the neck fractures at the cervical vertebrae. This is the ones in red, which is the first two and the bottom two. They were fractured. So the external examination, we got broad scrapes on upper back containing black material. And this is what that was mainly focused on in that last podcast we listened to. So pay attention to this right here, because I think Miss Lindy J made some very good points about they may be misinterpreting some of the things that are, that they are saying is tire marks, which doesn't necessarily have to be tire marks just because it's black material, because that it's so vague that it can, I think it's too vague that it can be speculated and argued in the fact that you can't unequivocally say yay or nay because they didn't take any samples of it and compare it to anything. It's almost like it's just a matter of opinion at this point, what you choose to believe. Science kind of leaves the equation when there's not evidence or any kind of real documentation to go off of, and just horseshit. But Miss Lindy J did do a very good job at interpreting it based off of what was provided, which is not a lot. So again, kudos to her for even making this out of that, because as far as I'm concerned, she is like better than Willy Wonka, the Wizard of Oz. Like, I don't know how she did it. Okay, so there is road rash on his upper back from paved road. And then he had a gravel rash on the left upper back, shoulder, back of arm, and the side of his torso. There's scrapes on his right buttock, and he also had gravel rash on the side of his left buttock from gravel, not pavement. So this is the scrapes on on his upper back, okay? And this isn't the actual photos, but this is what it would look like. It's just similar. But this is where it's at as far as location on the body, where this is red at the top, in between the shoulders. Okay, and then there's grazes, back of his arm, going down the side, left butt cheek, left arm, and right buttock, Those are all gravel rash. The top one is road rash. So road rash, gravel rash. Now granted, that takes two different type of materials to create. One takes pavement, road, hence road rash. The other takes gravel, hence gravel rash, which means that there was a change of location. It started out on which means it could mean several things. That it's way too open for interpretation. However, it means it happened at two different locations, if nothing else. Or it could mean it started on one and ended on the other. What if it started on the gravel and slid into the road, or vice versa? You know, it just means that there's two different surfaces that he slid across at one point. And it doesn't even mean it happened at the same time. It just means, do I have the autopsy? Yeah, I do. You want me to pull it up? I'm gonna drown him. Okay, what page is it? 5, I think you said? No, maybe 6. Okay, yeah, okay. External examination revealed broad abrasions on the upper back containing black material. There were abrasions showing combined linear and very sized pinpoint to round to irregular individual patterns involving the left upper back, shoulder, posterior left arm, and left side of the torso. There are abrasions on the right buttock. There are abrasions with the very sized pinpoints round to irregular abrasions on the side of the left buttock. Wait. What the fuck does that mean? Oh, page 2. Sorry. Anyways, I want to come back to that because what the hell? What's linear and very sized pinpoint to round? What does that mean in English? Or like dumbed down English? Okay, page 2. Multiple blunt force injuries, head and neck, abraded. Oh man, these are not. I can't sound these out. Additional swelling of the brain, cervical, misaligned optical. That's what that means? Okay. That's what that clusterfuck of an explanation, that's what the gravel rash means? Hold on. So the pinpoint to round to irregular individual pattern, that's gravel rash? No, that's my page 2. My page 1 is this. This is page 1. This is page 2. This is page 3. This is page 4. This is page 5. This is page 6. This is page 7. 8. And 9. Okay. Let's see. So let me go to my page 6 and interesting. Look on the bottom. Okay. Now, okay, that's interesting. Let's go back to this thingy-majigger my bobber. Okay, I don't know. We're past that. No. Well, this is where we're. Okay. Huh. I'm going to ask AI. Give me 1 second. BRB.
It seems there was an issue with generating the image. Let me explain what these injuries might look like in simple terms. Visualizing the injuries. 1. Upper back abrasions with black material. Imagine the skin on the upper back has been scraped off, leaving a rough red area. This area might have black dirt or grime embedded in it, similar to what you might see if someone slid across a dirty road or pavement. 2. Injuries on the left upper back, shoulder, and torso. These are scattered scrapes, some long and thin like lines, and others are more like small, rough patches. They could look like a mix of scratches and scrapes in different shapes and sizes, showing where the skin was damaged, as if the person hit or rubbed against something rough. 3. Right buttock abrasion. This area would show a red, scraped spot, possibly with some bruising. It's as if the person fell hard on their right side, causing the skin to rub off. 4. Left buttock abrasion. Similar to the right buttock, but with additional small irregular spots that look like the skin was pressed against something rough, causing multiple little scrapes. Summary. In simple terms, imagine falling off a bike onto a gravel road. Your skin would get scraped in different places, leaving some areas with long scratches and others with rough patches. The black material in the scrapes might be like the dirt or gravel stuck in the wound. The different shapes and sizes of the scrapes suggest that the person hit the ground in various ways, maybe rolling or being dragged, causing damage to multiple parts of the body. The description you've provided details multiple abrasions and other injuries found on a body during an external examination. Let's break down the details. 1. Broad abrasions on the upper back with black material. Abrasions. These are superficial injuries where the skin has been scraped off or damaged. Black material. This could suggest that the abrasions were caused by contact with a surface that had some sort of black residue, such as asphalt, dirt, or another type of debris. It could also indicate the presence of road rash, where skin scrapes against pavement, leaving behind dirt or other materials. 2. Abrasions on the left upper back, shoulder, posterior left arm, and left side of the torso. Combined linear and varicized patterns. The injuries have both straight, linear, and irregular, varicized pinpoint to round, shapes. This combination might suggest the person was dragged or fell against a rough surface. The varying sizes and shapes indicate multiple points of contact or force applied at different angles. 3. Abrasions on the right buttock. This could indicate the person fell or slid on their right side at some point, causing the skin on the buttock to scrape against a rough surface. 4. Abrasions on the side of the left buttock with varicized pinpoint to irregular patterns. Similar to the injuries on the left upper back, the varied patterns of these abrasions might suggest multiple contacts with a surface or an object. The location on the side of the buttock suggests that the person may have been lying on or pressed against something rough. Possible causes. Fall or dragging. The distribution and pattern of the abrasions suggests the individual may have fallen or been dragged across a rough surface, such as pavement, gravel, or a similar material. Blunt force trauma. The linear patterns could also indicate contact with an object with a defined edge, like a curb, railing, or another surface. Prolonged contact with a rough surface. If the person was lying on a rough surface for a period of time, these types of abrasions could occur due to friction or pressure. Each of these details helps in reconstructing the circumstances leading to the injuries, which can be crucial in understanding the nature of the incident. This description highlights additional injuries found on various parts of the body, specifically on the arms, legs, and feet. Let's break down these findings into simpler terms. Understanding the injuries. 1. Abrasions on the right arm and forearm, front side. The skin on the front of the right arm and forearm is scraped. These scrapes vary in shape, with some being straight lines and others more irregular. This could happen if the arm was dragged across a rough surface or hit something rough during a fall. 2. Abrasions on the left elbow, front and back. Both the front and back of the left elbow have scrapes. This suggests the elbow might have hit the ground hard or been pressed against something rough, damaging the skin on both sides. 3. Abrasions on the thighs, front and back. The thighs have scrapes on both the front and back sides. This might occur if the person fell or was dragged in a way that caused their legs to hit or slide against a rough surface. 4. Abrasions on the right knee, front and back. The right knee is scraped both on the front and back, similar to the thighs. This suggests a forceful impact or dragging that affected the entire knee area. 5. Abrasions on the left knee, front side. The left knee has scrapes on the front, which might have occurred when the person landed on their knee or slid across the ground. 6-ish. Abrasions on the right leg, front, and left leg, front side. The right leg has scrapes on the front, and the left leg has scrapes on the front and side. This could indicate that both legs were involved in a fall or were dragged in a way that caused the skin to be scraped off in those areas. 7. Abrasions on the right foot, top side. The top of the right foot is scraped. This could happen if the foot was dragged along the ground or caught on something rough. 8. Abrasions on the right ankle, side. The side of the right ankle has scrapes, possibly from hitting or rubbing against something during a fall or being dragged. 9. Abrasions on the right hip, side. The side of the right hip is scraped, which could occur if the hip struck the ground or a rough surface. 10. Gatra. Contusion on the right heel, backside. A contusion is a bruise indicating that the heel was struck or pressed against something, causing the blood vessels underneath the skin to break, leading to discoloration and swelling. 11. No evidence of fractures. Despite these injuries, there are no broken bones, which suggests that the forces involved were not severe enough to break bones, but were enough to cause significant skin damage and bruising. Summary in simple terms. Imagine someone fell or was dragged in a way that caused them to scrape and bruise various parts of their body. Their right arm, forearm, and legs, as well as their knees and feet, have scratches and scrapes from hitting or rubbing against rough surfaces. Their heel is bruised, showing that it was hit or pressed hard against something. Even though these injuries are serious, there are no broken bones. This could happen in a situation where someone was dragged or fell repeatedly on a rough surface.
Well, that was informative. So, now we go to the internal examination of the organ damage. We have contusions. Two are contusions and lacerations of the right and left lungs with lacerations of the left pulmonary vessels, which are the ones that carry blood from the heart to the lungs, the left atrium of the heart, which is the left upper chamber, the spleen, which sits inside the left rib cage, and the proximal stomach, which is the first part of the stomach. And this is a diagram. Both of them, both lungs are punctured. He had a laceration to the heart, the left arterium of the heart, which are blood vessels. Internal bleeding around the heart, 150 milliliters. There was blood pooled in the chest. On the right side, 700 milliliters, and on the left, 500. There was lacerations to the spleen, and he had 200 milliliters of blood in his abdomen. He had internal bleeding. There was soft tissue hemorrhage of the posterior upper chest cavity. Posterior upper chest cavity is also called the thoracic cavity, or the thoracic cavity. Not thoracic, sorry, thoracic. Yeah, okay. The thoracic cavity contains the heart, lungs, esophagus, trachea, and thymus. The thoracic cavity, or the thoracic cavity, is surrounded by the rib cage and several membranes to keep the vital organs protected from injuries. It is composed of 3 spaces, 2 pleural cavities, 1 for each lung, and 1 per the one that surrounds the heart. The bilateral hemothorax of at least 1,200 milliliters, Noah had blood in both his lung cavities, total of 5 cups, 700 on the right and 500 on the left. And he had at least 150 milliliters, which is a little less than 1 cup of blood in the sac around his heart, and at least 200 milliliters, right at 1 cup of blood, had collected in Noah's abdomen. Postmortem x-rays, we have bilateral scapular fractures. Both of Noah's shoulder blades were broken, and 10 rib fractures on his back, 9 vertebrae fractures in the upper and middle back. So there's bilateral posterior rib fractures, which means the ribs on both sides of Noah's back were broken. On the right side, there was 6 broken, which was rib 1, rib 2, rib 3, rib 4, rib 5, and rib 8. And on the left side, there was 4 broken, which was rib 2, rib 3, rib 4, and rib 5. And it says all at the spinal end, which is the head and the back shaft. Thoracic vertebral fractures, 9. So T1, T2, T4, T5, T6, T7, T8, T9, and T11. So pretty much all of them except number 10. Bilateral pneumothorax with left more than right. Both of Noah's lungs were collapsed, and both shoulder blades were fractured. He had broken ribs, were most likely the cause of his punctured lungs, and most of the damage to his internal organs. So the ribs probably, yeah, the whatever the crushing or blunt force trauma, whatever it was that broke the ribs, probably caused the ribs to puncture the heart, liver, spleen to cause the lacerations. Abrasions and gravel rash. So there's abrasions on the right, the arm and the forearm, front, the thigh, front and back, the knee, front and back, the leg, front, the foot, dorsum, the ankle side, and the hip side. On the left side, there was abrasions on the elbow, the thigh, front and back, the front of the knee, and the front of the leg. Noah had bruises on the back of his right heel, and he had no evidence of fractures or breaks to any of the long bones of his arms or legs. So here we have the patchy grazes across the left side of his torso, are the red little coloring. Then there's grazes of various shapes and sizes on the right arm and forearm, left elbow, right knee, left knee, in right leg in the side of the left.